Is that knowledge that the seaside view and aesthetic issues are also affected during the day. However, the order wishes to seek a balance between allowing residents and other highway users enjoyment of their property and environment and the needs of motorhomes visiting the borough.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Well, cities acknowledge that to completely eradicate the problems detailed in the statement of reasons, a 24-hour prohibition would be required. This would prevent access for those who have, for example, reliant on motor caravans or any mode of transport. I'm on page, God knows, mate. Just got to keep going through it. No idea, mate. So I'm about just over halfway through. Oh, yeah, number 6. Keep going, the number 9. Keep going. No, you've gone back and moved on past it. No idea, mate. That number's down the side here, one. I'm putting number 6. That's a good point. Number 8. The seafront locations without residents should not be included as they do not have the same loss of amenity. The amount of highway users affected at Sands End Place and is significantly less than other locations. Locations which do not experience the same proportion of interlinking detailed in the extended statement of reasons as those with residents. All the modules are less likely to require access to the street. Then that answers it all, mate. Number 8. No idea, mate. Can't help it.
Don't you like the rest of it?
No, I like to sit it.
They should send out something in advance. Which their intention is not to baffle, is that it's like I'm not there.
You're not.
So where are you? You just got the one document. This one.
You're still down from Borough as well.
Yeah, just come on. Do you remember on the front it says?
Well, exactly. You're
Halfway through.
well, yeah. I mean, I'd go mad if I would go around look at 4 walks.
There's no way they can introduce it where there's not and stuff.
Yeah, but they've got to quite have nobody on Sunday until one of the girls ring. I never speak to anybody except the television.
Number 8 is the interesting one. Yeah, that's the one.
So anyway. Okay, thanks John.
This argument that they may actually only put the motor on there. What's going to happen? They put restrictions on it, we're going to go elsewhere. Where are that? They may have. This is sort of pedestrian category vehicle. Motor caravan is not a category vehicle. No. Have you got a spare pen at all, please? Depends why.
I welcome everybody to this meeting of the Yorkshire Coast and Moors County Area Committee. Can we start with item 1 on the agenda, which is to elect a new chairman for the coming year or for the remainder of this term of the administration? Members preferred. Can I take nominations, please?
Nominate Councillor Debbie Billing.
Councillor Dillon. Thank you. Thank you. Can I ask voting members to indicate for Councillor Billing? Thank you, that's 5. And for Councillor Marsden? 6, thank you. Okay, Councillor Marsden, can I pass to you?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right. The next thing is minutes of the meeting, and it's to see whether we have an accurate record of the previous meeting. Can anybody support that, please? Yeah. Thank you. Right. Who's the next question?
No, you can do that.
We now have the election of the vice chairman. Right.
Councillor Joe Nominate Councillor David Billing.
Yeah.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Okay, those in favour of Councillor Plant?
Those in favour of council plan, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you. And Councillor Billing?
And now councillor.
Yes, please.
2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you very much. Councillor Plant.
Councillor Plant. Joe. Right, the next item is public questions or statements. Are there any, please?
We have one general public question, which has been notified, and then we have 7 or 8 other public questions on items 8 and 9. So I suggest that the general public question is taken at this point, and if we can invite Alison, who wanted to speak, if she's here.
She's not here, I'm afraid. I'll just send a message to say she's had to close her shop and she's cleaning the cottage instead. So she can't make it.
Thank you very much.
Should I, Sharon, just explain a little, because I did speak with Alison yesterday, and I know the point she was making was about the difficulties of business maintaining trade due to lots of footfall as she felt it. So they were the points she'd said to me she would have put had she been here.
Right. Any comments? Right. First of all, I'd like to welcome our new cabinet member for the area, for our area committee, which is David Chance, which is very nice that we've got our local cabinet member to be saying. And can I also welcome our new Scarborough councillors. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. So if we can do the membership of the co-op teams.
Yes.
And I'll introduce that.
Right. Cool.
Okay. Sorry, members. If I can just take you to item 5, which is the appointment of co-op teams for this meeting. And the notifications from Scarborough Council with those vacancies following the local elections of Councillor Alf Abbott, Councillor Guy Coulson, Councillor Simon Green, Councillor Steve Siddons and Councillor Gerald Dennett as the substitute. So we would like to recommend to members that those members are approved as co-optees of this committee, and also we didn't formally ever confirm Claire Robinson as the substitute for Coast and Vale Community Action. So if members would indicate their agreement, that would be appreciated. Item 6.
Right.
It's Scarborough Whitby.
We're not doing awful lot at the moment. Scarborough and Whitby District Police Community Safety.
Thank you, good morning. I'm not actually Lucy Stampleton as advertised as the Chief Inspector. I'm Donna Musgrove and ordinarily I work at Bridal Registry, but this morning I'm just going to provide you with some information and an update. Has that gone off? In relation to policing across the whole command, and by that we mean Scarborough, Whitby, Rydell district. I did send out some data to Josie yesterday. I haven't sent an awful amount of data because people tend to get wrapped up in that rather than the bigger issues that we face, but there is some data for you to look at if needs be. I would ask you to bear in mind that the National College of Policing has actually estimated that nationally police time is ordinarily spent working on crime and ASB to a maximum of 20%, which you can imagine is not an awful lot of our time. In North Yorkshire, it is approximately 20% of the police officers' time that is allocated to crime or antisocial behaviour. So you may be looking at me and thinking, well, what are the police doing the rest of the time? And there are some of the challenges that I'll talk about this morning, and predominantly we are looking at things such as safeguarding, alcohol-related incidents, mental health issues, child protection issues, those things that you wouldn't ordinarily associate with police and where other agencies may come to us with an emergency issue with regards to something that they've been dealing with. But going back to crime, as of this morning, across the whole command, crime was up by 6.1%. Now, that's compared to the same period in 2014-2015. And in real terms, that means we've recorded in the same period 168 more crimes. In terms of where those crimes have increased, burglary dwelling, so that's burglary of somebody's house or somewhere where they actually reside, or other premises such as commercial, is actually up by 8%. Conversely, burglary other, which involves things like sheds, outbuildings, garages that are not connected to people's dwellings, is down by 10.1%. With regards to what we've been doing about it, 14 of our burglary offences have actually been attributed to one particular offender in the Scarborough district, who's now serving a lengthy custodial sentence, and those offences predominantly took place in the Scarborough town. We've also arrested another male who was a prolific offender from another area, actually from York, and he's now on bail for house burglary. We're also working jointly with probation, and as a result we've actually secured another conviction for burglary, and we've actually initiated a recall to prison. So the suspect that we had for some additional burglary is actually back serving some time at Her Majesty's pleasure. So that's in relation to burglary, which has pushed up some of our data. Criminal damage, which also includes arson, is also up. That's up by 14%, but this is not unique to North Yorkshire, this is actually a national trend. Our neighbouring forces have also suffered increases in criminal damage, and our analysts are currently carrying out some work to see whether we can find any patterns, but early indications tell us there is no pattern to this particular crime. And just speaking as when I'm in charge of Rydell, basically I've reviewed every single criminal damage and arson case that has come across the actual Rydell district, and there's no fixed location, there's no particular person that's doing it. They're random things such as people scratching cars or going past a window and breaking a window. Again, it supports what we're being told nationally, that for some reason damage is up and there's no particular reason why. In terms of other challenges that we face, antisocial behaviour is well publicised and obviously is an important thing because it affects people's lives, and this is a thing that people complain about quite rightly and quite vociferously about. In terms of ASB, in the last 4 months we're actually down by between 2 to 16%. So that means in real terms we range from 12 reports less to 135 less, so there's a significant reduction in antisocial behaviour. We attribute a lot of that to multi-agency working. We've currently got Operation Ambience running, which is a dedicated multi-agency approach to antisocial behaviour, where we work with partner agencies, preventative agencies such as housing, council, drugs referral workers, health, alcohol services, and we engage with people at an early stage that are actually participating in what we call risky behaviour, which normally in turn becomes antisocial. And we're having great success with that. And the idea is that with early education and getting people into the right service, they don't necessarily end up in the police arena. In terms of management of people and the challenges that we face, psychoactive substances are a big challenge for the police. You may have heard those referred to as legal highs. You may have seen it in the media. The use of them is mainly being concentrated in Scarborough, but it's not unique to Scarborough. Other areas I've actually seen the use of it, and it's been especially by young people. The knock-on effect of that is calls for service to the police have increased, and things have ranged from collapse to committing crime, and because they are currently legal at the moment and there's difficulty in stopping that, the producers will change a molecule every time to keep ahead of the government. That has caused significant challenges for police in terms of dealing with people that have got the strength of 10, that have collapsed, that ambulance are fighting with, and the police are subsequently called. But in terms of what we're doing about that, we're working again with other agencies to get into schools to educate young people about these substances. We are looking at the people that sell them and any legislation we can use in terms of closing them down or stopping them from selling these substances. And we're working with people like the Cambridge Centre to make sure that parents are informed of these substances and what can happen. Our next biggest challenge is work around child sex exploitation, CSE as it's known. It's a priority for our command, and it's actually a priority for the whole force. And we look at child sex exploitation in terms of risk management around offenders and around victims. And we've had some recent successes. We have just had an offender from the Rydale area who has pleaded guilty to 4 offences at York Crown Court for sexual activity with a child under 16, and that person is currently awaiting sentence. But as you can imagine, that takes a lot of time for the police and for the other agencies. I'm sure most people in this room have seen the news coverage on Rotherham and what's happened in the South Yorkshire area and other forces, and we obviously take those risks very seriously. On a final note, just moving forward, I'll try and keep it as brief as possible so you guys can ask some questions. You're probably wondering what the future of policing brings. It's no secret that we've had to make significant cuts. We've done very well with making those significant cuts, and we're still performing very well considering the amount of cuts that we have made. If you've been listening to the news, you will have heard that policing is not an unprotected area of business as far as the government are concerned. Education has a degree of protection, as does the National Health Service, but policing doesn't. What that means is we eagerly await what the government is going to say in the autumn about what further cuts we're going to have to make. And at this moment in time, we don't know what those are going to be. What I will say is going forward, there's not a cupboard, a bed we've not looked under, there's not a cookie jar we've not opened in terms of how we actually go forward as a force, healthily, and we are in a very, very good position when you compare us to our family forces. How it looks going forward will be basically about greater technology, it will be about smarter working, it will be about co-location with our partners. Buildings are very expensive. Moving forward, I think you will find that the police will be working closer with, say, fire, or located with council, or located with housing, so that those agencies actually can talk together on a daily basis, work more efficiently and share costs. I think that will be the way that we will be going. We currently have an estates programme that's underway looking at what we do with regards to buildings. As you can imagine, it's not economically sound if you've only got 5 police officers working out of a very large building with the electricity and everything else that goes with that. If you're concerned that will mean you won't see police officers, that's not the case. We will probably just be located differently, and we'll probably be more mobile. With mobile data coming on and increases in technology, you'll probably find that the police officer will be more readily available on the street, updating a crime on a tablet, rather than actually being sat in an office and updating a crime. And that's kind of it for me, really, just to give you a chance to ask any questions that you may want to ask. Seymour Horse Fair came and went. That went without event, other than some issues at Ganton, which were issues on a golf course where people caused a lot of damage. Other than that, as ever, we'll move forward into next year, taking on board any lessons we've learned from this year. But fundamentally, it went as well as can be expected. And that's it from me.
No, we've got one so far, which is Councillor Anderson. Shall I put your question first?
Just in relationship to the crime figures that you asked, I was especially interested in the reduction as far as the police are concerned throughout the county regarding sheds, you know, crimes taken away from sheds. Yet in Eastfield there's been a spate of shed theft. Can you explain, you know, what's going on there? Because is it just in Eastfield that we're experiencing those kind of difficulties, or is it, you know, is it sort of reduced elsewhere? The next couple of reasons?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I was really surprised when I saw the 10.1% reduction in what would have been breaks, because in terms of Rydale, we've had a horrible couple of weeks, really terrible couple of weeks, lots of breaks at rural locations. I think that the overall picture for the whole command is that those breaks have reduced, but when we look at the geography of our areas, where you've got rural areas such as Rydale, people have easy access to stealing things, and remote premises, nobody sees anything happening. As far as Eastfield goes, I've not actually studied each individual job that's come from there, so I wouldn't like to hazard a guess as to what the MO is, as in the modus operandi for what's happening over there. But in terms of where we've probably made the reductions for shed breaks and such like will be in residential areas where we've been able to educate people, point them in the direction of things like shed bars, and actually look at target hardening. Where we struggle target hardening wise and still people are victims is in those areas where people do have farms, they do have big lockups, they are rural, they genuinely don't think that anyone's going to be there, and as a result they get broken into. As far as Eastfield goes, I can't give you any specifics, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much. I'm seeking guidance on this issue. It's a mental health issue. We have two people in the Upper Esk Valley in one village of Castleton who has mental health issues. Now, of late, there's been a young man released from his place of safety into Castleton. He caused mayhem by carrying a firearm, be it true or not, and he threatened the local post office manager and somebody doing some restoration work. The other is a young lady who has certain episodes. Last week this young man was released yet again, and it is said he was carrying a 10-inch blade with him. Now this could be a situation that is life-threatening to our communities. We don't know how to proceed with this because I have been told that the local doctors weren't aware that he had been released from his place of safety, neither had Whitby Hospital. I'm being asked the questions, what can the community do?
I would think that as a starting point, if I put on my head for when I specifically work within Rydale, I think a starting point would be to speak to your local area sergeant for Whitby, which is Rachel Wood. And the reason I would say that is because although mental health per se is not a police issue, we obviously have powers in police mental health, obviously public safety is a police issue. And if you use Rachel Wood as a starting point to give her the details of this individual, she can actually look at speaking to the other agencies and we can have a proper review around that person about the risk that that person poses. Now, I'm not saying that there will be an immediate solution to that. It may be that this person's been detained under the Mental Health Act, has been on section, has subsequently been released by mental health services, and there is nothing in place to actually put anything around that person. But what we can do as the police is obviously continue to risk assess the intelligence that comes in around that person and obviously seek to protect the community if needs be. Then we can work with our partner agencies and see if there's anything legislatively we can do. So I would say if you make contact with Rachel at Whitby Police Station, she can start looking at it from there.
Because there was a number of police vehicles last week and obviously associated officers. Well, that's very time and expensive to undertake when I believe that there is somebody that should be responsible.
Yeah, you're correct, and it is expensive, and that's what I was speaking about earlier about police resourcing being tied up.
Yeah.
This is where partnership working, this is where we have to come together to address these very issues, fathom out whose responsibility it is, record whose responsibility it is, record the risk, protect the public, and actually have something actionable on that. And the result may be there are no actions because legislatively nothing can be done, but actually we need to actually go around that model with the other agencies and decide whose responsibility it is to do what and support each other to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Trans.
Thank you, Chairman. Two things really. One is, can you give me still not working properly. Two things really. Can you give me some information on the statistics on cross-border crime, because it is a major problem for us in this area with criminals coming down from Teesside. And also, can you give us a little insight into your view or the police view of the Safer Communities Initiative, which is taking place in Scarborough, where we have police officers embedded with ambulance, fire, council officers, etc., all working together from one office?
Okay, two questions. Question one. In terms of statistics on cross-border crime, I don't have anything readily available. I can go away and I can certainly ask if there's anything. We are acutely aware that we are regularly targeted by Cleveland nominals in the main. Rydal certainly and Whitby definitely suffer from people coming over into our area, and that's been demonstrated time and time again with the numerous arrests that we do make in relation to those people. So in relation to stats, I'll go away and see if there's anything that can be sent on to yourselves for you to have a look at. With regards to what is locally known as the Hub, the partnership, personally, I think it's absolutely marvellous. I ring in, I actually dial in from Rydale to the Tuesday morning meeting, and I've of course to work with Sandra Rees down at the partnership on many occasions, and obviously I work with the other people who work within the Hub. It goes back to what I spoke about at the beginning, which is a multi-agency approach. When you get everybody around the table, when you get fire, when you get housing, when you get everybody, you suddenly find that those problems are solved far quicker, far more efficiently. And sometimes the police aren't the right agency. Fire, for example, a brilliant example of where we might want to speak to somebody that may be vulnerable, that may be a victim of fraud because somebody is using their vulnerability against them. And they're actually quite frightened of police officers. So when you take the approach, the multi-agency approach, it might be that the fire go, and they go in company with the police officer, and they look at a fire alarm for that person, and the person engages with the fireman and they think, this is really nice, and then they get some trust for the police, and then the police can work with that person. So with regards to working, I genuinely wholeheartedly believe that is the way forward. Whilst agencies are sat around the tables together, the public will get a much better service because it will be far more cohesive than different agencies going out at different times.
Okay. Councillor Broadbent.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions and a very quick comment on the Hub. I phoned the salaries, was it last week, people camping outside the properties adjacent to my house, and yeah, they were very efficient, and it is an excellent way forward. I shall speak more on that when it comes to the caravans issue. The first point, really, disturbing item I saw in the television just read repair course in rural areas where these people have no respect for the farms, no respect for the animals, and I'm just wondering, obviously it mentioned the police that they would be stepping up patrols rural areas with this very abhorrent pleasure, I think they call it. And the final question is, I suppose all the stats that you've mentioned and the figures, I guess that if a lot of the incidents and the reports of these crimes were reported more fully, they may change slightly. I attend my local community and police meeting in Scarborough, and the main complaint, of course, is the 101 line, where people just ring and they put on the hold, and one lady says after a few minutes, well, I think it's 10 minutes, she just hung the phone up because it wasn't getting through. I just wonder if there's any updates on that system. Thank you.
If I deal with hair coursing first on rural crime, you're right, there's definitely a problem, and that's why we look to develop Rural Watch. Certainly in the Rydale area, my beat managers, one of them has a particular portfolio which is for rural crime. So the idea is we look at where those situations are happening, we look at every 24 hours, we actually interrogate every job that's come through the system. Now without getting too technical, there's not actually a closing code for hair coursing and those type of incidents, they're under another banner. So what we do is we interrogate the system further down, and then we make sure that we put in a call to that individual to see if there's anything we can do. Now of course, if I said to you that we could patrol every ounce of North Yorkshire, you would know that would be a lie, because we're looking at some, a massive distance. On night shifts, it's not uncommon for us to cover 130 miles in patrol. And you can be at this end, and a crime happens at this end. So what we do rely on are farmers working with us, safe neighbourhood police, engaging with us, telling us when these incidents are happening, and when we do get the opportunities, we do stop vehicles, we do seize vehicles, we do turn people over in terms of searching them. We had some regulars from Barnsley and Doncaster coming over to our area. My husband, who was a police officer, had stopped them in the Easingwold area the night before, the night after they were in Helmsley. They've stopped coming because the last time I searched them, I searched their car down to SIM card level that you would get in the back of your phone. So sometimes a very, very thorough search and an inconvenience puts these criminals back over their own borders and let South Yorkshire deal with them, not in North Yorkshire, thank you very much. And what we do is we do visit people. So if we know that people are coming onto our areas and we suspect that they're engaging in illegal activity, not just for poaching but for other things, we will actually drive into Cleveland's border, we will go and visit people, we will knock on the door, and they will be given a very clear message that we won't tolerate this kind of behaviour. We can't be everywhere at every given moment. So what I would say is when you go back to your communities, please encourage them to report anything suspicious that they see, reg numbers, anything like that, and then we can at least do the intelligence work and look at who's coming over. Second question, 101. Reporting to the police. I was a sergeant promoted, however many years ago, 10 years ago, and I've done community work ever since. It was the 0845 number back then. Always been a problem. 101, I do get feedback that occasionally 101 there are long waiting times. What I would say is it's far better than 0845 ever was. It's certainly more efficient. And I know that because I use 101 myself, because if I'm out with my BlackBerry, I do ring it to get through to colleagues. And it is better. It's not without problems. I think if you phone a bank, if you phone anywhere, I think what we need to be mindful of is that 999 is always there for those immediate crimes, and that 101, if you ring at a peak time, you probably are going to have some wait, as if you try and ring anybody else at a peak time. And invariably when people ring, they will be ringing at 5 o'clock when they come home and they discover that the garage has been broken into or something like that. What I would say is that if something isn't urgent and doesn't need to be recorded on 101 straight away, or it's just a general concern, that you ask your communities to engage with their local PCSOs and their local officers. Because if it's just they want to mention something that isn't immediate or it's not suspicious and they just want to chat, they can actually get those details from our website, they can email the PCSOs. Other than that, I can't make 101 any quicker, and I can't say there are any plans to develop that any further without speaking to the Force Control Room Supervisor. what I will say is it is what it is. There is the voice activated service now. If people are struggling with that, if you've ever rang through on 101, it will say, please give the call number or the name of the person you want to speak to. I've been frustrated with that historically. You know, I say John Jones and it says calling first front office. And that is very frustrating. But if you use the collar number, if you get the collar number of the person you want to speak to, it's extremely efficient. So if you wanted to speak to me, you would just say 1343 and it would say connecting you to Donald's Grove. So that's a little bit of feedback for communities.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Roberts took with that says a week ago, but I want to follow up from the 101. I keep mentioning this, and unlike yourself, I don't think it is sufficient. There's a lot of residents that would agree with me when they contacted. Just going on from that, the comments earlier about the police involving on the day having tablets. Is there no way that those tablets can be linked into the 101 system? So it's direct. I know you say forget the collar numbers if they've got them. Most residents don't, you know, they just expect when they ring up to get a response. Surely there's some way, because I know that the police, certainly out of East, are doing a tremendous job in my opinion, under very difficult circumstances. You talked about, you know, the cutting staffing, you know, we're all faced with that scenario. But surely there must be some way to make that 101 system much better, because I don't agree with you. I don't think it may well have been better than your 0845 number, but that can say a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, 101's better than 845. With regards to reporting, I know that in looking at increases in technology, and we are investing heavily in technology going forward, I think that they're considering a lot of different methods of reporting for people, whether that's reporting via, I know there's some consideration to scans that you may be able to type into. I know they've piloted that in other areas, a little bit like a cash machine. We need to consider the rurality, if I can get the word out, the rurality of our area, and there are certain people that don't have access to computers, don't have access to fast broadband, etc, etc. And so the 101 will certainly, I am sure, be considered in the whole technological improvements that North Yorkshire are looking at. But I know for definite we're looking at other ways that people can report and engage with the police other than strictly having to pick up the phone, because that's just one designated reporting tool, and technology's obviously moved on since the telephone. I'll take that back as a concern. Is it a particular area? Is it particularly Whitby constituents that are saying it's a problem? Eastfield? Okay. I will take that back for you.
And also rural areas.
Thank you. The sergeant mentioned cross borders with other police forces when they pursue the criminal activity or whatever. Does the cross borders like Cleveland, your West Yorkshire, I'm going back to the old terminology, West Yorkshire, East Yorkshire. Can you cross over these borders with no sort of knocking on the door saying we need to cross over, or don't we work together? Or can't you ring them up and say we've got a villain going this way, can't you intercept it and that's all? And the other question I have for you is the other services that we have acquired, i.e. like we were informed about HR that you're going with Cleveland or another force is joining with HR, firearms are going in with another force to make a more rapid. Would that be sufficient to cover North Yorkshire itself by going into other forces or joining up with other forces?
In answer to your first question, as far as cross-border crime goes, yes, we do talk to other forces. So we share intelligence with other forces. They will send us information of offenders that are either moving to our area or come into our area or have been in our area. We also use ANPR cameras with regards to tracking vehicles that go from one area to another. And we do have the regional roads team, which have had great success, which is a pool of officers that look at that very thing, cross-border crime, and do work the main arterial roads and do look at main offenders that are using our main roads and going from one area to another. And we have had some great jobs. That we had 2 arrests last week with people with heroin in a vehicle that were coming over from another area. So that cross-border work is there. If you're asking, will we ring the other force and say, will you go and do a door knock and tell somebody to stay away? Invariably, we'll go and do our own door knock. And that's because we appreciate that Cleveland have got their own resources and they want to be responding to high grades and they'll be struggling. If I can free up a neighbourhood officer to make it a very personal visit from a North Yorkshire officer, and it's somebody important enough that they're going to cause us harm, then we'll personally do that visit. And I think that has a lot more effect on the offender with the North Yorkshire body stood there first thing in the morning saying, I know you've just been released from prison and I know you're coming down to our area, it stops now, compared to somebody from Cleveland who's got another 10 jobs that they need to get to. So that's an answer to that one. In terms of, what was your second question?
The use of other forces' amenities.
Regionalisation. Yeah. I don't think any hard and fast decisions have been made on that in terms of where we're going, you know, who's going with who, if anyone's going with who. And I think that is all still in the mix really, depending on where cuts go and what happens. I certainly have been given no clarity around that. So I can't sit here and say North Yorkshire and Cleveland are going to merge, or we're going to merge with South Yorkshire, or we're going to take, you know, half of West Yorkshire. We don't actually know the answer to that. Well, I certainly don't. Maybe at a higher rank than me, they possibly know, but they're not telling anybody. I think we've got to wait until the autumn, and I think everything is very much still up for debate about how policing moves forward, regionally, nationally, and how basically economics is going to influence that. Because in theory, if you do join up, you've got basic economics coming to fruition, haven't you, which is economies of scope and scale, and you can buy cheaper. But I'm sure it's far more complicated than that, and we're just waiting. We're waiting to see what's going to happen.
Thank you. Just one of the points in actual fact, we always used to get these, the stats for the crime. And I, for one, have missed those because I think it's interesting to see what is happening in the world. We have requested them a couple of times that you're going to particularly take the thought first. I hope you're all in agreement with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it is important that we get them information. Everybody's thought that? Yes?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much as well for being very informative. Everything okay?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Right, item number 7 is John Foster, Group Manager at North Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service. I could review.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
Chairman, can I declare a personal non-prejudicial interest in as much as I'm an out-straight member of the IPSU?
Right.
Thank you, Chair. My name is John Foster from North Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service, and I work at headquarters responsible for the response department. Here this morning to put forward a report on some changes which we would like to put forward for consultation, of which Scarborough Fire Station are affected. Just give you some history. During 2012, the service undertook a peer review, which is where members of the fire services came into the service, had a look to see how we were performing. One of the outcomes of that review was that we should undertake a fire cover review of the county's resources. This is something that hasn't been done for in excess of 10 years. During 2014 and the early stages of 2015, we undertook the review and we put forward a range of proposals to the Fire Authority in June of this year, of which they approved some station-specific proposals to be taken forward further for consultation. So that's the purpose of my meeting with you this morning. What that means on Scarborough District, if I just give you a little bit of history, in the last 10 years, the overall number of fire calls within the county has reduced by about 30%. Yet the resources that we hold within North Yorkshire has remained the same. So we have undertaken a review. We've looked at more efficient and more improved ways that we can do business, not by reducing frontline cover, but by possibly introducing different styles of vehicles and operating different staffing models, which would produce a more efficient way of providing fire cover to the communities whilst maintaining best value to yourselves as the public taxpayer. The proposals put forward which affect Scarborough District specifically are directed at the Scarborough Fire Station. The other fire stations in the district are unaffected. Those that have got a report, if we have a look at page 3 of the report, you will note there that the current resources at Scarborough Fire Station are 2 frontline fire engines. And we put forward 2 options as part of this consultation. One is to remove one of the frontline fire engines and replace it with a smaller vehicle which would still respond as a frontline appliance but would be staffed with fewer crew, and we would adjust the response model so that where necessary, where we need more frontline appliances, they would come in from other stations. That is one proposal. Another proposal would be to keep 2 frontline fire engines at Scarborough, but staff one on the current proposal, which is what we call a shift station. So Scarborough is currently a shift station. That means that there are 4 watches there, and they're permanently on station or permanently on duty 24 hours a day. If I take, for example, Whitby Fire Station, Whitby is classed as day crew fire station. That means that from 8 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock at night, the crews are actually on station, and from 6 at night till 8 the next morning, the crews are at home, but within a short distance of the fire station, whereby if a call comes in, they respond to the station that way. What we're proposing at Scarborough is either a small fire engine crewed by fewer, plus one of the standard fire appliances as it is now, or to maintain 2 fire engines at Scarborough, but crew one of the appliances in the day crewed fashion, as I've just explained that we do it with currently. They're the proposals we're putting forward for consultation. As I've said, the other stations within the district are unaffected. We feel that we've got the right balance proportionate to the risk and the amount of calls that they take at the moment. That's what we put forward for consultation. We aim to sort of conclude the consultation in December and take forward a report to the Fire Authority in December with further recommendations following the consultation. I will say that we put forward a number of other proposals at other stations. So we're proposing at Harrogate Fire Station what we call a tactical response vehicle, which is the smaller one. That would replace one of the fire engines currently at Harrogate. And we're suggesting also for consultation to consider Malton, Ripon, Tadcaster and Northallerton to receive one of these small vehicles, as well as in replacement of one of the current other 2 appliances there. Happy to take any questions you may have on the proposals at the moment, and at the end of the report there is details there on how both members of the committee and also members of the public can consult and engage with the process of this consultation. On page 8 of the report there are a number of dates in the table of some drop-in centres that we are planning to hold, so welcome involvement there with as many people with an interest as possible. And also if we look at the website, there are methods on there in which you can view further details and analysis of the review we've undertaken, and also provide a response with your views, which we would again welcome.
Thank you very much. Councillor Haskell.
Thank you, Chairman. First and foremost, it's been a very good comprehensive review of the fire service, and that's broken in the chart on page 6 on how things, the numbers have decreased on fires, road traffic collisions, other incidents, private alarms, etc. So there's been a dramatic drop in numbers there. And being a twin actor, I suppose, I would fully support the options, and that's the one of the large fire engines, for want of a better word, the technical response vehicle, because at least that's still giving 24-hour cover to vehicle cover in Scarborough. I think to go to a whole time day cover with the option of call out on the night is just a step too far at this moment in time. I'm pleased that the aerial ladder is not being considered whatsoever, because that's a vital piece of equipment for the Scarborough area because of the top 5-story buildings we have there. I'm also pleased to see that there's no proposed changes in the rest of the other fire stations within the boroughs, which is down behind Gosford, Lyre, Providence Bay and Whitby. So I think with respect to other members, I'm comfortable, and I can say that both as leader of Scarborough Borough Council as well, in what is proposed is the right way of going about business, because we've still got that 24 hours and 2 vehicles. It is interesting to know that, and you alluded to it earlier, that on page 8 there's consultation at Scarborough. And I would hope, if you haven't got this morning, that you would have some photographic examples of what the technical response vehicle may look like and what kit it would carry, and because that in itself would satisfy a lot of residents' fears, or hopefully lay their fears, because with the greatest respect, it's okay saying that's what we're getting, but what's in it, well, we don't really know yet. So, so it's things like that. If that information can be given out to the public during the consultation period, I feel sure that will help the consultation process along greatly. Thank you, Tom.
If I can just provide a response. Thank you, Councillor Preston. With regards to the comments on the proposed vehicle, TRV as we call it, Tactical Response Vehicle, how we aim to go about doing some formal consultation on that vehicle is that we are encouraging staff from the affected stations where we propose this option to come forward, along with members of the Health and Safety Department, the Service Training Department, including representative bodies, so that we get a good dialogue. We're proposing to hold a number of workshops so that we can look at the types of incidents it's capable of dealing with reduced crew, what type of equipment those reduced crew can operate, and then we will look towards what sort of vehicle which we can store the equipment on, so that it would be a holistic approach, so that we get the best vehicle for the risk in the local areas, which can deal with the right sort of incidents.
Come back, Chairman, sorry on that. In no way was it suggested that you consult on what goes in the equipment or on the vehicle from the public. It's just an example of what the vehicle may look like, of what's being used in other areas, things like that. Now, I wasn't encouraging consultation on what goes in the vehicle.
Again, through you, Chair, I've got a copy here of what we would it is a draft of what we propose as what we within the service call a standard operating procedure. This is available on the website, so by all means please have a look. And in there is a photograph of a number of options of vehicles. That's what it would look like. It's got lists of proposed equipment, but it's still draft, it's to be worked up, etc., etc. So that is available, and we will have handout copies available at the different workshops.
Thank you, Chair. I am a member of the Fire Cover Review over the last several months. and I have visited fire stations in North Yorkshire, talking to both the fire crew, talking to both the fire crews, also to the fire officers, and to the union members, the FBU. And I think it's important. I mean, the crux of the matter is like the police sergeant just just previously. We have to save money, and I believe it's roughly around £1 million. So the whole exercise is that the fire authority has to save money. But as I say, I've talked to FBU members. They are concerned. At the last fire authority meeting, I mean, Councillor Baston's mentioned the fact that what do these TRVs look like? And there's a lot of unanswered questions, and we are in a public consultation. I mean, I think I asked for a 6-month referral for more information before we got to the public. There's lots of questions. What's the rate of fire deaths? Have they improved? Have they got worse? People actually killed, regards to the public, or even the firefighters themselves. We know that there are less call-outs, but at the same time, there's problems. The retained firemen, they're becoming very hard to recruit. I mean, you talk to some of the staff, and if you go to the models where you're calling out retained firemen, the employers nowadays, the contracts are getting that sort of tight that they won't let them go. So there's a big recruitment problem. That's some of the information I'm getting. I also think that we've talked to lots of people, and we've got the consultation period now. Surely during this consultation period, we've heard the officers report for Scarborough and our area. I think it would be, in a way, fitting to listen to the FBU side. I mean, I'm just suggesting that perhaps at the next area meeting we could listen to their point of view. I mean, this is what consultation is all about. And, they are just there to put torpedoes into this whole thing. They've got some excellent ideas. So I would like to propose that perhaps the next area meeting we invite FBU members to, let's say, their concerns. That's true consultation in our view. Just a thought, Chair. So I'll make that proposal anyway.
Yeah, you accept. Yeah. Councillor Anderson. We don't need to yes.
Yeah, I'd certainly like to concur with what Councillor Collins had to say. It's an excellent report. It's well done. We've gone through it 2 or 3 times now. However you gloss it over, at the end of the day, this is a reduction in service. Without trying to help, it's a reduction in service. What we've currently got now to what we're probably going to have in the future. I have great reservations about it. I can understand how the fire authority is moving on. They're under a cosh, just as the local authorities are under a cosh because of the salary cuts that have been made by central government to local government funding. But I do have further reservations about it. But I do think the report, it is explained in detail exactly what we're going to get. It's an excellent report, but I still have great reservations about it. And I think what Councillor Crawford suggested in getting the other side of the story, the FBU side, is an excellent idea.
Okay, thank you. Definitely. Sorry, Dennett. Yes? No?
Yes, Madam Chairman. My suggestion would be, and I think it would be useful if it was at all possible, that the fire service on these consultation days could have actually one of their smaller vehicles present so that the public can identify what they look like. There's possibly a perception that it's just going to simply be a Land Rover with a bucket of water supplied. So, but also, if they could indicate to the public what the capability is, or is this simply putting out a dustbin fire, or can it tackle, a garage or domestic residence? Thank you.
Thank you. In reply to your suggestion about trying to get one of these vehicles to the drop-in events. It's something we can look towards. At the moment, as you can imagine, there are a range of different styles of these vehicles out there. There's not one set. We don't actually own one at the moment because we're not at that stage yet. You know, part of our place is to work it all up. It's certainly something I can look into, and if we can't get a vehicle there from a demonstration vehicle, for example, we've certainly got the details from the manufacturers of a different range of styles of vehicles. So we will have more information at the drop-in centres available for members of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say now that as Councillor Brodant, I am a member of the North Yorkshire Fire Rescue Authority and have been part to the presentation we've received so far. I would disagree with the fact that this is purely about saving money. Absolutely not. As a Fire Rescue Authority, we are mindful of the fact that our first and foremost service is to protect the public. And I think with the tables on number 2 running from 2010 to 15, the reduction in incidents is down to the professionalism of the staff and the education to the wider public in regards to how they should manage their own premises and homes, etc. And that is credit to the staff themselves. This is about delivering a service that is fit for purpose. Yes, as a consequence, there are some efficiencies, some financial savings, but that was not the prime driver for this. This is to look to how we deliver the service in the future. You will recall that Sneinton Retained Fire Station was closed a couple of years ago after consultation, and that was based on looking at the whole risk map of North Yorkshire, which was delineated by colour of style of incident and response times that was taken to attend to them. It was not taken lightly, it was certainly not taken on financial reasons alone. The return service is actually performing 93% full capacity. Some stations are actually 100% full of return personnel. There are small pockets where we have issues and difficulties, and we have focused recruitment schemes within those purely specific geographic areas to try and address that going forwards. This to me makes common sense. We are, I'll speak as a fire authority member now, we are attending less and less incidents through the proactive and positive ways we engage with the public, and it's just another example of that. Members of the public will recall there was resistance the first time around through the ambulance trust when they brought the rapid response vehicles. It isn't dissimilar, it's the fire authority's version, fire services version, shall we say. And one of the first things that the first vehicle that actually gets to an incident does is assess and contain the incident. This is just one of those things that this could perform, shall we say, and very, very well. And if it's small incidents like Councillor Thompson's alluded to, then yes, it will be able to tackle them as well. If anybody ever gets the opportunity to go to the Fire Service College, please do, because they've got the shortest piece of motorway in the country that goes from nowhere to nowhere, but it actually trains the firefighters to a very, very high standard of doing many, many incidents, including small incidents to big incidents, earthquakes, terrorist attacks and everything that goes with it. So I will be supporting this through my comments, and I'll put that through the consultation process. You will see that there are 6 stations that have no change whatsoever in this area. This is primarily focused to the shift crew system stations, primarily. The returns are not affected whatsoever. It's a different style of delivering a very, very positive service, and we should embrace this one wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm looking at it from a slightly different angle. I agree that we've got less and less incidents, but we have one problem in this area that we don't have in a lot of areas of North Yorkshire, other than Harrogate, and that is we have some very large hotels. I'm pleased to see the turntable staying there. Having been involved in a hotel fire years ago, I know how useful that piece of equipment is. But I remember at the time that I was involved in a hotel fire, the mandate turnout was 5 units plus the turntable for that hotel. And I just wonder if there is a mandate for a number of units to be turned out for hotel fires in this area.
We have what we call predetermined attendance for all manner of incidents. Quite what it will be for a hotel will depend upon the intelligence we gather on an individual premises. So, for example, the height of it, the number of rooms there, etc. But it would always be the minimum of 2 fire engines, because we would class that as possible persons reported, depending on the nature of the call, of course, whether it's an automatic fire alarm or whether someone's phoned it through as a direct incident. With regards to special appliances, for example, the aerials, that would depend on whether the number of floors of that building, whether that's mobilised. But yes, we do have predetermined attendance and intend to maintain the current predetermined attendance, but supplemented with the tactical response vehicle.
Thank you very much indeed. That would be very interesting.
Chair, there's a proposal. Thank you, John. This report tells us a lot, but it doesn't tell us everything. I wonder whether you'd just tell us about manning levels on these shifts, and we can respond to my comments that really there is only one option. There aren't 2 options here, because we're asking for a whole time. We're asking for a shift system, a whole time fire engine to go to a house fire, and a day crew fire engine to go to a house fire, and increased response time of 3 minutes 45. And I know as someone who's been in some very serious house fires, that when you first go into that building, you don't want to wait more than 3.5 minutes for your colleagues to arrive and help you out at these things. I think it's a great idea that we invite the fire brigade unions to come to our next meeting. As I say, to help us understand the whole story and not merely respond to what we're being presented with this morning.
So are you actually requesting that the fire representative...
That's already been done, but it's been proposed.
It's a proposal, Chair.
Yeah, we do recognise that there will be some slight delay, if you like, in the second appliance mobilisation. Do recognise that. However, what I would say is that is similar, to the response time which you currently have in Whitby at the moment. That is a day crew station. That turns out at night with that slight delay. The nearest retained station to there is live. Again, similar sort of times and the delay. So that is what we adjust. That's what we're accustomed to now, and that is the process that we work with across the county. So whilst I acknowledge that scan particularly, that 3.5 minutes is an increase in the delay. It's the same as we experience in other parts of the county currently.
And I would argue, John, that it's not quite the same thing. When we're talking about census of population, we need to remember, of course, that in Whitby, as well in Scarborough, the population increases hugely during the summer with all the holiday makers. And I'm surprised to hear you said 3.5 minutes is a slight delay. I'm sure you might use different words. We've ever seen public information films which shows us how quickly fire can spread. We've all seen these films where they'd like to put a match underneath a settee in a living room, and the clock shows you, and it says, and 2 minutes later the whole living room is on fire. 3.5 minutes is a huge response time. And John, I asked you to also comment about how many jobs are going to go. How many people are on the emergency, the active response, tactical response vehicles, and about manning levels generally now. What's the minimum levels of manning on the fire engine and the The tactical response vehicles. Tactical response vehicles.
Yes.
The minimum crewing levels that we meet at the moment on a frontline ordinary appliance is 4. That's the minimum. What we're suggesting on a tactical response vehicle is a minimum of 2, possibly 3, but the minimum will be 2. And when we've analysed the type of incidents that we currently go to, that is sufficient with 1 crew of 4, another crew of 2 and a tactical response vehicle to deal with most types of incidents. I do take on board with what you said there about the 3.5 minutes, but I go back to, you know, if both fire appliances are out at Scarborough dealing with one incident, we do experience delays. You know, that is like we can't have resources permanently available everywhere. That's just completely unrealistic to be able to fund that, as well as, you know, achieve that. So it is a balance we do recognise. I take on board your points there about the delay. I do appreciate that yeah, every second counts, but it's striking the right balance with the right resources for the county.
Yeah, just a moment. Right. Councillor Ritchie has put forward a proposal.
Councillor Broadbent.
Councillor Broadbent.
Yes,
Right, and that's to have the FBU union attend this meeting, correct?
Yeah. The next
meeting, yeah.
next meeting.
Can I put that to members, please?
If the memory doesn't fail me, the union representative spoke to the full county council about these proposals. We all, as county councillors, have heard from the union in Northampton, and it was answered by the chairman of the authority, Councillor John Ford.
Yeah.
They have also made representation, a full 10 minutes presentation to the full fire authority, combined members of the county council and the city of York, and had nearly 50 members of the crew in attendance, where they had, in my opinion now, Councillor Broadbent, an opportunity, which is all about consultation, to put their presentations to us. I don't really see, I won't vote against it, but I just don't see what merit it would do bringing here when the voting members of this committee are all county councillors and we've heard it.
If I could respond, Chair. I mean, the whole purpose of area meetings is not for the county councillors, it's for the public to hear what's going on at the county council.
Have the dates for consultation.
Exactly.
The public highlights in this report.
Public's here, Chair.
No, I know what I'm saying. Sorry, Madam Chair. We have 4 public consultation events, totaling 16 hours of opportunity to look at all the proposals, speak to members of not only the officers if you want to call it that, but the union representatives as well. I'm sure they'll be given that opportunity to be there and to look at different styles of models. There's 16 hours of public engagement still offered without resistance, absolutely not. I'm totally for it. But I just genuinely, in regards to this committee, do not see the merits. I won't vote against it.
Yeah, well, I'd say so what the proposals are standing. Still standing.
Yeah, I was just going to second it, and I think it's the ideal thing. There's nothing wrong with getting somebody else's view and having it put forward. I personally wanted that meeting, I would away, so I would like to hear what they have to say.
Can I just say, does this fit into the time scale though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does, Chair, yeah.
Okay, right. So is everybody in agreement, please? Can you have a show of hands? Okay then, fine. Whitby Park and Ride scheme, and we have Andrew Bainbridge to actually introduce it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The purpose of this report is to bring back to members of the committee the results of the Spring 2015 survey of the opinions of residents and businesses on the first year of operation of the Whitby Park and Ride and the associated parking management measures. Members, you will recall that at a meeting in January you asked us to carry out this survey to seek residents and businesses' views so the County Council can properly assess the impact of the out-of-season disc parking and to seek their views on both the park and ride service and the parking management measures. As a result of this resolution, we as officers undertook a survey of residents and businesses in Whitby and in Sands End. This consisted of a questionnaire which is attached as Appendix 1, and it was distributed as set out in 2.4. So that was a copy of the survey to every property within the town of Whitby. That was distributed with the Whitby Advertiser, so we generally get pretty good distribution on that. The survey form was sent to Whitby Town Council, Lythe Parish Council and Newham-cum-Dunsby Parish Council. Sands End is actually within Lythe, but the parking on the seaside at Sands End is actually within the parish of Newham-cum-Dunsby. We did do a press release with the Whitby Gazette and also a follow-up article in the Whitby Gazette to remind people that the survey was going on. We did ensure that the survey was available on the County Council's website for people to fill in. We provided paper, postal copies of the survey, a postal address to return it to and an email address to return it to, and we also put a box in the Tourist Information Centre in Whitby so that people didn't have to post their responses through the post or email, so that we got a really good response from that box. Looking at the survey results, in total we received 535 responses. 74% of those were from were from residents, 24% from businesses, and the other 2% didn't specify whether they were answering as resident or business. The return rate of about 7% on the forms we distributed is perhaps a little disappointing, but not way below what we would normally expect for something of this nature, and perhaps suggests that a lot of residents are reasonably happy with...
How can you make that conclusion? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Scandalous.
Excuse me.
The no vote. Wow.
I will repeat what I said. It suggests. I didn't say it did.
It doesn't suggest nothing. It doesn't suggest
It often
nothing.
suggests that a lot of residents are reasonably content with the operation of the scheme. Residents often respond when they feel very... You most often respond when they feel very strongly about something. Members, please take that. That was my suggestion. That is not put forward as a fact. If you wish to discount that, please feel free to do so.
Certainly will.
Good idea.
In addition, the County Council did receive a petition set up by Tim and Caroline Collier, who are here today, and I will discuss that in more detail a little later. Postcode analysis of the survey responses show that only about 2% of those, the responses, were from the Sands End area. 30% were from within the controlled parking zone in Whitby, and 42% from elsewhere in the Whitby area, and the rest were from outside of the Whitby town area. Officers have analysed the surveys to establish the main trends and themes, and these are set out in this report. Whilst it is stated earlier in the report, this survey was never intended to be a vote on the Whitby Park and Ride or parking measures. We have considered the survey responses and assessed whether they are generally positive, neutral or negative, and this should be taken just as a guide, not as a vote. Those are set out in table 3.1 for the park and ride and the parking management measures separately, and for residents and businesses, because the residents and businesses there are some differences in the views of residents and businesses. So in general terms, the park and ride scheme, I'm talking the park and ride scheme here, not the parking management measures, so let's be clear about that. The park and ride scheme seems to be generally well supported. The new parking management measures, though, have attracted a significant number of negative comments especially from some local businesses, though there are some positive comments from residents. Looking in more detail at them, looking into section 4, which is the park and ride site and service, looking at the comments on that. What we have done is we're reporting here a comment where more than 10% of the responses have actually made that comment or something relating to that comment. As it states in the report, the full responses are available to members to look at and have been in the lead up to this committee meeting. So table 4.1 sets out the main comments that the residents have made, and table 4.2 sets out the main comments that the businesses have made about the park and ride. The following sections in section 4 actually look at each of those comments and give some information on them. So starting with longer opening hours required each day. I mean, you will recall that this was considered at your January committee. This was looking at whether the park and ride should stay open later in the evening. Based on the patronage we have on the park and ride site, most people seem to leave about 4 o'clock, between 4 and 5. However, as I discussed at the January meeting, this might be because they are leaving because they can't stay later to have tea in Whitby. So we have already this season, and it started probably on Sunday, we have extended for the school summer holidays the opening times of the park and ride in the evening until 9 o'clock. We'll see how that goes this season for the school summer holidays and consider whether it is worthwhile extending it in the other school holidays or off-season for future years. Looking at the next one, section 4.3, there was a number of suggestions that there should be longer opening periods throughout the year. Currently we operate from the Easter holidays through until the end of October, although we do tweak the closing time to coincide with the Whitby Goth Festival, and we had our second busiest weekend of last year was the Autumn Whitby Goth Festival. We have looked at this, and we did consider this in a previous report. Patronage on the park and ride does fall off drastically in the April, October and into November period, and based on that, there simply is not enough demand for the park and ride to extend it out beyond its current season of operation. Simply, the park and ride is not self-funding. It does take subsidy from the parking charges, and the subsidy required in the off-season would be higher because there's less people using it. And we also don't want to get into a situation where we have empty park and ride buses running around town because there aren't enough people to use them. We will keep monitoring that, and if there does seem to be a growth in desire in patronage in the early season and late season, we can consider whether we extended it perhaps into the February school holidays. But at this stage we do not intend to extend the park and ride season. In 4.4, there was a number of resident responses that said the park and ride had a negative impact on businesses. We do look at that in more detail later on in the report, and I will cover that issue when we get to there. Section 4.5, there was a number of responses suggested that we increase the parking capacity at the site. At the moment, we think the parking capacity is about right. For most of the season, there is spare capacity there. In the school summer holidays, most of the time it is not full. On bank holidays or on exceptionally sunny, warm, nice weekends, it does get full. But unfortunately, we cannot provide or even afford to provide a car park to cater for 3 or 4 days in the year. The 450 spaces we currently have cater for nearly every day in the year. Moving on to 4.6, there is a suggestion from a number of people that overnight parking should be available at the park and ride site. Currently, that isn't allowed because of our planning consent, and additionally, we do not feel there is sufficient demand to justify that. And there is a typo in the reports, so if I could just point out that the final sentence of 4.6 should read, the current planning permission does not allow any overnight parking at the park and ride site, and at this stage officers believe there is not sufficient demand to justify this facility. That is purely and simply a typo, and I apologise for that. Section 4.7, again, negative impact on parking for residents and businesses. We've looked in detail at these comments, and most of these actually seem to be related to the parking measures rather than the park and ride itself, and I am discussing those later on in the report, so if we can consider those as when I discuss that. Section 4.8. There's been a suggestion by residents and by businesses that there should be a change in drop-off and pick-up points, bus stops, for the park and ride service. A number of businesses, mainly in the Westcliff area, have suggested that the bus drop-off and pick-up points on Westcliff and St Hilda's Terrace need to be moved or supplemented with a stop close to or on Skinner Street. And this was also at the heart of the petition that Mr and Mrs Collier have presented on behalf of traders. In 2014, passengers boarding at Westcliff accounted for only a very small proportion of that, and we fully accept that that may be because there is a desire for passengers to board closer to the town centre of Westcliff. However, at this stage, we have considered some suggested changes to the route, and whilst the diversion for the route to make a different stop-off point is fairly small, the addition of another stop for people to get on and off the bus would significantly increase the running time for the bus service, and that generally has been shown to have a negative impact on people using the bus. They prefer much quicker, much more direct services. It's not therefore intended to reroute the park and ride service this season. However, we will review that again for 2016. Looking at the parking management measures, and these are considered in section 5 of the report, Table 5.1 sets out what the majority of comments from residents were, and Table 5.2 sets out the comments from businesses. As with section 4, the following sections detail some more detail on those comments and the responses from the officers from the County Council. Firstly, there was a comment about the negative impact of the parking management measures in Central Whitby and at Sands End on residential parking. We have noted that, however, of the 84 resident responses making this comment, only 24 are from within the controlled parking zone. So the people making those comments are generally people who are wishing to park there and coming from elsewhere in Whitby. That does not mean we need to discount their views, but I think it's important members understand that differential. It should also be noted that there are also 27 responses from residents who feel that the new parking measures have benefited residents. Moving on to the next one at 5.3, there is a number of comments on negative impact on businesses, residents and tourists. Most of these are dealt with in specifics below, so rather than making a specific comment on a generalised comment, I will address most of those further on in the report. 5.4, negative impact of parking charges at Sands End. 63 responses made this comment, but only 9 were from people in Sands End. It's probable,
Paying for it, are they?
it is probable that the rest of the users are people who are parking in Sands End and as such feel disadvantaged by having to pay. At this stage, we do not feel the need to make any changes to the parking arrangements at Sands End. Section 5.5, we did get 71 responses that suggested that the parking scheme was too confusing and complicated. Whilst we do accept that there has been some issues with people settling in, we are finding this year that it is more understood. The disc parking, which people have said nobody understands, it is used widely across the county and across the rest of the UK. And we accept some people have not understood that. We therefore feel that there's likely to be much less confusion about how the parking measures work this year than last year as people start to understand them, especially people from the edge of Whitby, people from the Esk Valley area who visit Whitby. They are starting out, we think, to understand how disc parking works now. It was the first time it has been used in Whitby last year, and so there is bound to be an element of people learning about how it works. Some of the comments also related to the operation of the permits and the scratch cards, and we fully take that on board that there might be some confusion about that. So what we will ask Scarborough Borough Council, who administer the system for us, to do is to ensure that we make this information as clear as possible when people are purchasing permits and scratch cards, so that they understand the way they work and the limitations on them. And we will work with Scarborough Borough Council to make sure that that information is as good as it can be. Section 5.6, there were 47 responses from residents saying that the disc zones are causing parking migration. And by that I mean people who used to park within the disc parking zone have now started parking just outside of the disc parking zone in residential areas. We accept that this has happened and that there is some of this. And if you look at Appendix 2, the location of the responses have been plotted on a map. What we haven't got there is a very clear, strong view from any one area that there is a big problem with disc migration. So at this stage, i.e. now, we're not intending to make any changes to that, but we will continue to talk with local residents to get the views from local residents, and our local councillors in Whitby do get plenty of comments from local residents where this is an issue, and if there are amendments necessary, we will consider those as and when local residents bring those forward. I will at this point refer you back to the petition from residents of Upgang Lane, which was considered at your last meeting, and there was a course of action agreed at the last meeting on that. Section 5.8, there was a number of responses that suggested that the time limits were too short, that 2-hour disc parking was too short. This was also something that was discussed with the petitioners, Tim and Caroline Collier. It's accepted, officers accept, and we had quite a good long discussion about this, that Unlike, say, perhaps Northallerton High Street, where the disc parking is right outside the shops, that in Whitby Westcliff, the disc parking can be a 15-minute walk away from the shops. And so it is possible that the 2 hours is too short for people to do business in the shops. So what we are therefore recommending in this report is that consideration be given to raising the minimum 2-hour disc parking areas to 3 hours. However, a balance does need to be struck between the desires of the businesses and those of local residents within the zone, and to enable us to make sure that we do get the views of all residents and businesses within the zone balanced. We're going to undertake a further consultation on that, not only because we want to get those views, but because that is a statutory part of amending traffic regulation orders. We cannot just amend the zones, we have got to do them by amending the traffic regulation order, and to do that we have got to advertise and consult on the order. Section 5.9, again, a number of businesses and indeed residents suggested that the disc parking restrictions are not required out of season, i.e. when the park and ride bus isn't operating, or when the pay and display car parking, on-street car parking isn't operating. And again, this was something that was discussed with Mr and Mrs Collier as part of the petition that they had submitted. Again, officers accept that the disc parking might be causing issues for traders in the Westcliff area, and therefore, as part of the consideration of increasing the disc parking time from 2 to 3 hours, we will also consult on and consider the potential for not having the disc parking operational over the winter season. Again, though, we do need to take account of the views of residents within the zone. So we are recommending that you ask us to undertake this consultation and consideration of these two items, these two suggestions. What I think I need to point out at this point is that if the disc parking in winter was taken away, that would not mean that residence permits were cheaper. The residence permits do not buy a period of exemption from the disc parking. The residence permits, the cost of the residence permit covers their administration costs only. So whether it's a residence permit for 12 months or for 8 months, the cost will remain the same. Section 5.10, it was suggested that better signage and road marking for the parking was required. Well, the signage and road marking for the parking conforms to the Department for Transport regulations, as the report says, as prescribed in the Traffic Signs Regulations and Directions 2002. Any additional signing would not conform to those regulations, so we really are not in a position to be able to put in additional on-street signing and lining. Section 5.11, a number of the businesses commented that the parking, the pay and display parking was too expensive. And again, apologies, there is another typo in this report, and it should say only a total of 15 businesses, there should be a 15 inserted there, commented on that the on-street pay and display parking was too expensive. The prices that have been set for the on-street pay and display parking are broadly in line with the off-street parking in Whitby. So at this stage we think they're about right, and we're not intending to make any changes to the prices for the on-street. This is the on-street pay and display parking. Section 5.12, a number of businesses and residents expressed dissatisfaction with the scratch cards, the scratch card system. The responses we got did not, in general terms, set out exactly what that dissatisfaction was. Therefore, what we're intending to do is to speak to Scarborough Borough Council, who administer the scratch card and permit system for us, and ask them to issue a short questionnaire to people when they're buying scratch cards and permits to make clear what their dissatisfaction is and their views for how we can improve it. What we want to do is to be able to understand exactly what the problem is and what we can do to improve it. Section 5.13, there were a number of responses that commented on the inconsistency between the park and ride, when the park and ride service ran, and when the charging period started. We fully accept it would be perfect if we could start the car parking charging on exactly the same day as the park and ride service runs. Unfortunately, we run the park and ride at the start of the Easter holidays, and that moves around in the season because Easter moves around. Parking regulations, traffic regulation orders must start from a fixed date. So there will always be a slight difference between when the parking charges start and when the park and ride service starts to run. Moving on to section 6, during and partially in response to this county council survey, we received a petition that had been administered by Tim and Caroline Collier, and this was a petition from 112 businesses. Normally a petition of this size wouldn't hit the criteria for debate at the area committee, and the criteria are set out in 6.1 of the report. However, as this petition is of direct relevance to this item, we are considering it in this report today. Section 6.2 sets out what the petition stated. Basically, what the petition suggested was that the park and ride service should use a bus stop in Bellevue Terrace near to the junction of John Street to encourage pedestrians towards the Skinner Street Flowergate area of the town. Suggested improving signing for the disc parking, extending the opening hours of the park and ride, and put in better signage directing visitors to the Westcliff shops. Officers did meet with representatives of the petitioners, that's Tim and Caroline Collier and Peter Croft, who are all here today and seek to speak after I've completed my report. And then subsequent to the district council elections, when the permit period was over, the two local members covering the Whitby area also met with the petitioners, so we've listened carefully to their views. Most of what was in the suggestions that were put forward by the petitioners have been covered elsewhere in this report, but I have repeated them here so that you can fully understand what they are looking for. We did develop quite a good working relationship on some of the issues, and I know we still have some differences, and those will be highlighted in discussion soon, I'm sure. But we have agreed to provide an A5 holder at the Whitby Park and Ride site for a What's On in Whitby, Where to Shop type leaflet, which the petitioners have agreed to work with traders to produce, and I think Scarborough Borough Council agreed to help them on that. We are intending to display a more detailed map of Whitby at the Park and Ride site, which highlights the locations of the Westcliff, Skinner Street, Flowergate shops. We did agree to work with the traders and Scarborough Borough Council to provide improved information on the attractions within Whitby on the Park and Ride buses, and I have seen some of the publicity for that already. Is it already on the buses? And that has been produced by the traders, and actually it's really very good. And Councillor David Chance, in his previous role as a district councillor with the Tourism and Culture Services remit, did agree to assist the traders in designing the publicity. So we have come a long way, we have worked with the traders, but I think we do still have some some differences of opinion, and they will be highlighted soon. Section 7 of this report summarises the actions that we've agreed to take that are all included in the report. And then moving on to section 11, those are the officer recommendations to your committee based on the information in this report.
First of all, we would like to call Tim Collier, please.
See that? Yeah.
Is that okay? To speak from there.
Good morning. My name is Tim Collier, and alongside my wife Caroline, I've run a business in Whitby for 7 years. We started our business during the recession, but never have we had such bad trading figures than we've had for the last 13 months. I've been speaking to a lot of businesses in Whitby, and they are saying basically the same things. In October last year, it was recommended that a consultation with businesses over the parking measures was going to happen. The parking measures were introduced last year. The nearest we've ever had to that consultation was the North Yorkshire County Council Park and Ride survey. It's a survey, I'm afraid, that's so badly thought through that it received only 535 responses. A quarter of those replies were from businesses. Explaining how the results were measured, he states that when there were 2 positive responses to a question and 1 negative one, you counted it as a positive. And that means that only a completely negative response would have been counted as a negative. After seeing the form, I was concerned enough to do my own consultation with Whitby businesses. 130 businesses completed the North Yorkshire County Council survey. I have the signatures of 155 businesses who felt so strongly that they put their names to a petition publicly stating that their figures were down as a direct result of the new parking measures. If Whitby businesses are suffering, then the whole of Whitby's economy will be suffering. In your report on the Park and Ride scheme, it is stated to be a success. I'm sure it is. A well-organised and adequate for demand park and ride service can only be a good thing. What is wrong are the heavy-handed and expensive measures that have been brought in alongside the park and ride. The confusing and unnecessary strict parking restrictions introduced last year are damaging this town very quickly, and action needs to be taken now. The survey did not take into account the views of visitors, or even those people who live just outside Whitby, who used to regularly shop in town. Those are the people who tell us that they are now going elsewhere and are thinking twice before coming back to Whitby for a frustrating time or a parking ticket. If I read correctly, the results of the survey conclude that little needs changing, but maybe we should have a review for 2016. So we're back to where we were in October 2014, despite the fact the report quotes a significant number of negative comments. I see more time, more money, in this time of cuts that's been mentioned so much today. I represent 155 businesses so concerned about the future of Whitby that we requested 2 emergency meetings as this July meeting was deemed perhaps too late. All I can tell these businesses that has been achieved so far is that we've been allowed to put some posters up at our own expense. We hear of many towns across the country temporarily suspending parking charges as a response to the difficult economic times we're in. What are we doing? What's our council doing? We've said all this before, and still nothing has been done. Tiny little measures. Before Andrew Bainbridge talked through the report, I was going to suggest that we needed a vote for at least the immediate lengthening of the 2-hour disc zones. We hear now today that there's rules that mean that any change of those rules we need to go through legislation, time thing. You're suggesting that we have a review in 2016. That means we're suggesting that any changes are going to happen for the season after next. If we don't have these votes now, the time and the legislation and all the rules that we've been kept to are just going to be another year.
Can I ask you to be very actual
I was also going to suggest that we need to vote for park and ride drop-off at the junction of John Street. Again, that needs to be done now because of the time restrictions, rather than waiting until the next meetings in 2016. And we should even vote for a temporary suspension of typing charges, like the number of towns who appreciate things are getting a lot worse before they get better. Whatever we say today, we need more than just patronising pat on the head. We need some action from our councillors to save our town.
Absolutely.
I've just come to do something I just... Sorry.
Can I just remind you that you're
Yeah. That's lovely. I mean, just before I start, actually something that was highlighted to me, which seems, I mean, the parking scheme has been in for how long now? It's quite funny actually, down along the, I think it's St Anne's Snave, there is a sign saying disc zone. However, if you walk along that way, along Pier Road, round up Khyber Pass, where's the disc zone, may I ask? I mean, it's not up to the public to be telling you where the mistakes are. I mean, I just wonder how many residents, visitors have actually been ticketed along there and fined and paid their money. So it's just to make that, highlight that issue to you. Maybe you want to sort of send one of your local councillors or local representatives down. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read some comments from local people, from residents, from visitors, businesses, from this petition's been something in a small local, very quiet shop, but I'll start anyway. Someone from Whitby, not enough parking because of scooter parking without permits, disgusted. Another Whitby, no spaces, family car, spaces taken by tourists. Whitby person, no parking for locals. Another Whitby person, locals come last again. Whitby Tyne Weir, more disc parking, nightmare. Another one, get rid of scratch cards, unfair. What's the point in permits when you can't get a space because of scratch cards? No parking, I can't get parked for work because of scratch cards. Get rid of scratch cards. It's dire, not visitor friendly, bloody awful, will not return, week's holiday somewhere else. Typical to take something that was simple and overcomplicate. Terrible parking, congested roads, I won't be back. Change the parking. You really need to encourage visitors to your town. Don't deter them. Most disappointed to find this scheme in place. What a shame for Whitby. Very bad for visitors. Agree with all your points. Just seems ridiculous. Needs a rethink, Tonto. Something needs to be sorted. Same comments. Scarborough, what are you doing? Lack of parking will keep tourists away. Spend 30 minutes driving around car park before finding space with a maximum of 4 hours, so parts out of time, went somewhere else. Always clock watching, not enough time to do shopping, etc. Not in the best interests of tourist destination. Suffering from severe frustration when you see someone driving around for a long time. Needs to be better for locals, residents and visitors. Sorted out soon, total pain in the proverbial, brain dead committee must change. Where else do I start? Sorry, some of the writing's quite difficult to read, they're obviously total confusion, puts visitors off, it's a nightmare, makes you think about going somewhere else to shop, very confusing, difficult and off-putting for visitors. Whitby will benefit by sensible parking. Serve us.
Can I just ask you to remind everyone?
That's actually fine. One more page, sorry. Can't get parked at work for scratch cards, get rid of scratch cards. Can't get parked, no parking left because of scratch cards. Planned by idiots need to be reconsidered. Need to change spaces, not very well designed. Needs to change to keep up with the times. Chaos, it's a disaster. Okay, very good.
Wow. I'm glad that's not my business. You'd be bankrupt, wouldn't you? Yeah. You don't want a business like that.
Mr. Nick Flores.
Before I start, there's one point of a legal matter that I would like you to answer, please. The initial meetings of all this, when it started a long time ago, councillors Plant and Chance were made to withdraw on a peculiar interest and weren't allowed to take part in that initial debate for whatever reasons were supposed to be relevant at the time, which I thought and still do were legally flawed. Ever since, Councillor Chance and Councillor Plant have spoken at these meetings and voted. I'd like NYCC's legal team to explain how that has happened.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. You can obtain a dispensation where you have a prejudicial interest, and that was obtained by both Councillor Plant and Councillor Chance. The purpose of the dispensation enables them to take part in any discussions where they have a prejudicial interest, and hence they can take part in any of those discussions now.
Why didn't that happen the first time?
I'll leave members of the public to draw their own conclusions. I'm a resident of Whitby's Westcliff. Was totally opposed to this scheme all the way along and been to many meetings all the way up to County Hall. I'd like to say at the moment, I think we're realistic enough to know that most of this is going to stay, and therefore we have to change it for the better. If you go onto the internet and put parking problems Whitby in, you can spend a day or two reading. What I do find rather amusing is that the council have stopped calling this the residence priority permit parking scheme into a parking management scheme. There is no residence priority. A visitor has the same standing as I do. So people come home from work at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock on a Friday. There's nowhere to park. The visitors are here in big numbers. You go round and round and round. In the old days, there was always parking on the seafront. We never expected, if you come and live in Whitby, you don't expect to park outside your front door, but you could always park on the seafront with a 10 or 15 minute walk to your home, and most of us thought that was perfectly acceptable, whereas now you can't. What I would suggest is that if that is the case, one of the reasons you've only got a small return of your answers is because while it's £5 nothing, no one's going to value about £5. At the end of the 3 years, when it goes up to 20, 25, 30 quid, that's when it'll come raining in, and unfortunately it'll be too late by then. I'm very concerned about the amounts of revenue that you're raising through this scheme for what was free parking at the beginning, and will be applying for a freedom of information request to see A, how much you're raising, and B, how many enforcement notices you produce before and after this scheme. It is dispersing vehicles to other areas. Up Gang Lane you've had a petition, and Springvale is totally trashed most of the day. If the suggestion I make is if a resident who's paid for a permit comes home and can't find somewhere to park, he should be allowed to park in the Neil Council car park free. He's already paid for his permit, why then should he be penalised again? It isn't a resident's priority parking. You've sold it quite cutely to the residents because they all thought they were going to be able to get parked, and they can't. And from that point of view, it's a complete failure. The 2 or 3 hours, I have great sympathy for business that they want an extended time, but that has to be, the proviso is, if you stick it up by an hour for the business, then you also decrease the parking amounts for residents, and that's going to be a fine balance, because the last thing we want to see in Whitby is empty business properties, who are the lifeblood of the town. So the balance is tricky, but I think at the end of the season you need to cancel the parking scheme. There's no need for it. I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Peter Croft.
Good morning, everybody. If I could introduce myself first. Peter Croft. I am both a resident and run a business on the West Cliff within the zone. I've actually lived on the West Cliff in Whitby now for 13 years, so I feel as though I can bring a lot to the table in terms of historically what has happened. Could I just start after my introduction though, excuse me, by highlighting today the majority of people, although smaller in number than the previous meeting, are here to talk about parking. The meeting was scheduled initially at the beginning of July. I realise there are reasons why this had to be moved. I must stress to you, the schools broke up last week. Most businesses are now trading and trying to make the money that they need to survive to get through the winter. That is why there are less people here today. Could I also add that the timing of this today hasn't really helped, because yet again a lot of people here that are running businesses have had to take time out from running their business to come here, and we've had to wait now 2 hours to be able to put our points across. It would be helpful if we could, whilst on business, before I talk as a resident, I would like to highlight to you all 3 businesses since the last meeting have now closed. As a direct result, I will allow you to contact them. I can give you the names. They have now all stated to me their businesses have become unviable due to the lack of footfall caused by the new parking regulation. Can I just talk as a resident now, please? As I've stated, I've lived on the West Cliff for 13 years. I live there with my family, and over those 13 years, I accept I live in a beautiful part of the country that was built many years ago. We need to protect it, we need to look after it. However, the way in which the new changes were brought in have actually, I believe, caused residents more problems. Not deliberately. I do not make the case that these problems that have occurred were actually realised. Let me identify to you the problems which a resident faces in terms of, it was highlighted by the previous speaker, we now find ourselves in a zone which has almost been changed into a ghetto. Within the zone there has been an increase in the meterage of double yellow lines. Within the zone, the number of spaces have been reduced. There is some contention as to how many spaces. It was highlighted by the previous speaker that previously we accepted where we lived and that cars weren't in existence when the properties were built. A lot of the properties have now been converted from one dwelling into multiple dwellings with more than one household in them. So we accept that there isn't enough parking necessarily in the streets around us, but we would be willing to go that little bit further. We can no longer do that because the metering on the North Crom prevents me as a resident from parking there during the summer months. Yep, I'm on the last page. What I would highlight to you all, again, as was mentioned previously, is that I now find myself in a situation where I can't necessarily park outside my own house, which I never did, to be fair. The number of spaces in the area around me have been reduced by double yellow lines. I can no longer park in certain areas because of metering. Where do I put my vehicle? I have actually changed my lifestyle in as much as I do not move my car on a Saturday, because I know if I leave my car, if I move from the space, I will not be able to park the vehicle in the immediate area. Okay, let me finalise that, or let me finish by pointing out to you other problems that have occurred with the meters. You can currently park for 2 hours free from 5 o'clock within the zone. The meters run until 7. This encourages anybody coming into Whitby to park in the free area for their 2 hours and then stay the rest of the evening. That reduces the number of spaces available to people within the zone. And finally, I do not understand why, as a resident, and I understand I need to have a permit, I do not understand why there is a need to have the parking regulation in place during winter, when there's already been identified by previous speakers that the population or the number of people in Whitby reduces significantly because there aren't as many visitors. It is not required in winter. That would help a lot of people. It would allow people that work in Whitby to be able to walk to their place of work. It would also encourage people to shop in local shops, and I do believe as a resident, going back historically over the last 13 years, there were enough spaces to do this. Thank you.
Can I just say that this does not come as anything new to me. The reason I am on the council is because I led 400 businesses in Scarborough, when the 200 businesses, when the biggest parking scheme outside London was put into a seaside resort. You've no idea what has happened to us. We don't have 2 hours at parking free. We have nothing. We have never had any changes to the scheme. And quite frankly, I've been in business 27 years, and prior to that, my children were born in Whitby, and we were in business in Whitby. I can tell you that our businesses now, we're lucky if there's 70 left, 60 of us maybe. Probably less than that.
Exactly. You're proved of...
Just a moment, yeah, that's exactly. But wait a minute, we were. Can I speak? Allow me your time. We have never had a negotiation, no free parking of anything at all to our person, and even as residents, basically, in the Oak Town, no privileges, etc. We have streets without cars in that are still on permits. Now then, we, like you, fought it, we lost. However, listening to you today and listening to it, I actually think there should be a route review of Scarborough.
Scarborough is a completely different town. It's got big business. Whitby is small, independent. And that isn't. Oh wait, that's so rude. It's Whitby.
We didn't actually catch what she said, but she told me. Can you say it again, please, what you were saying?
I'm just saying that it's a small, independent businesses. We are not like Scarborough. Scarborough is big business. It has got big shops. I mean, yes, you've got Marks and Spencer's, you've got all the rest. We are small, we are run. This is built on small, independent, and it's Whitby.
Comment from the Whitby councillor, please. Joe, can you say something, please?
Well, I'm trying to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened very carefully to everybody, and I've had a lot of comments made over the last few months. And it was good to have a meeting with Mr. and Mrs. Collier and Mr. Croft from the Council of Chance. And we did listen to their points of view, and it states in the report. But we did make it clear at their meeting that we'd have to go back out to consultation to ask the people themselves within the zone. Because at the end of the day, they're the people who voted it in. And it's not right for us councillors to vote for something what nobody, not everyone is in agreement with. We don't know that. So I'm quite, for businesses, yes, I am very passionate about we get this right for the whole town. Skinny Street in Westcliff especially, because that has been hit for certain areas, but it's getting used to the things as well. But I agree with the recommendations. We have to ask the public about the taking away the restrictions. We have to do that. That's a process. We did tell you that at that meeting. There's 3 hours the same thing as well. It's right that everybody in the zone actually has a say on the matter. But what I'd like to ask is, I don't want to happen at the end of 2016. Once we go to the consultation and get the results of that consultation, and that consultation proves or shows that the actual people are voting for lifting the restrictions and for the 3 hours, can we implement it any time from the result of that to the next year, 2016? And the other thing is, if it is lifted, does that mean the hour and Flowergate, Skinner Street and all the other hours, does that mean that stays or does that have to be lifted as well? I think it's very important for everybody to understand, and I think it's very important that we all look at this in a sensible view, and we have to have a balance. It's been mentioned a few times, we have to have a balance for everybody. It was stated that what people were saying about tourists, I've had letters and emails, people saying there's too many scratch cards for tourists, residents can't park, there's too many residents parties, tourists can't. So it's a balance for everybody to be had, and I think we all can work together, but to make it work, then surely that is the way to go. But it's wrong for councillors to make a decision today when it's down to the people to make that choice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, like Joe, I was sitting in on those meetings and I take on board everything you said. However, I am deeply concerned that we're talking about 2016 for some implementation of some of these changes. I, like him, would like to see the consultation as quickly as possible and implementation as quickly as is practical. And in the case of the disc parking, if the public are in favour of raising that time limit and doing that, I appreciate we've got to do that in 2016, can't do it mid-season. But the suspension of the disc parking over the winter, I would like to see brought in at the end of this season, if possible. If the public vote for it, and I would caveat it with that. There are a number of issues I do want to come back on in a minute, which aren't directly related to what's in the report, but are supplemental to the report, and I will speak to those later on, if I may. I take on board the passion that everyone has for this matter. I've sat down with Joe, with the petitioners, and listened very carefully to them. We are constrained by what we can do in legislation, and I appreciate that as well. But I would ask that we progress this as quickly as possible, please.
Thank you.
Yes, just a moment. Councillor Abbott.
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to go back in history, and I don't want to be rude when I say this. For like 25 years, as a business on the West Cliff, we've opposed the parking ride scheme from Midwich. 25 years ago that came in. And we've always said, as businesses on the West Cliff, that we never had a problem finding a car park. I've never lost a guest through not being able to park. We're all fair enough of listening to the residents as well, which I now am, is that the tourists and the residents have had to fight for the car parking spaces. Scarborough Council car park, very efficient, catered for a lot of the problems that we have. We've moved on, and the wisdom of this authority has turned down and said, we're going to have a park and ride. Park and ride got built, fine. That sort of, we accept that we've got a park and ride scheme, and it was going to tinker along and get better. We've been told that we're going to adjust the problems that there are with the park and ride. We've agreed that it isn't the park and ride that this is the issue, it's the management structure of it. I came up to a meeting, the last one that we talked on this, and it was about residents and visitors alike getting parking tickets because they haven't understood the system. It doesn't say on your signs that where you can get your scratch cards or your zone, your clocks, where to put in your car for your 2 hours stay. It just said that it's a parking zone and that's it, and the restriction to 2 hours. People have said to me on this, you can get them from the shops. Hang on, the shops shut at certain times, and they aren't open at certain times in the week, you know, like weekends, they might shut, whatever have you. There's nowhere to go. Somebody else said that, yeah, you go down to TIC Centre. But it doesn't say that. So where I would say Whitby is an historical town where people from all over the world come to us, park the vehicles up and say, Marvellous, we're here. And then when they go running off to find to get a clock for 2 hours, which isn't sufficient, they get a parking ticket so they go home disgruntled. The other things that, what I've been brought up, and I don't want to highlight and run along with them, over the years we've had an influx of pushing all the traffic into the middle of Whitby. Everything goes downhill into the centre of town. And when people have to go home, you can't get out. And even today we're sending buses into the middle of town. Why not have these buses dropping off, as people have suggested, on the West Cliff somewhere, disperse, and then go back for another road, and then leave people to pick up not in the middle of town. And these are issues that could go on, but we've got parking. That's not an issue. The issue is now is managing or getting this parking system that we have in the middle of Whitby and Westcliff organised, and also fetching residents or visitors from the east side of Whitby to park on the west side of Whitby, which is clogging the spaces up again when they've got car park on the Abbey Plains there where they could use for such things as that. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. That's it, yeah. Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. One of the residents are quite interested in the actual practicalities of the park and ride journey. The suggestion is that how many minutes does the bus ride take now? I know this may not be answerable. And the second question is, could we stop the adding? And the suggestion is to the top of Westcliff to allow people to walk into town easy. I hope I've got the question I was asked to ask correctly. But if Mr. Bain can combine up the other answer, because certainly the second part could be hypothetical. Thank you, Chair.
You can answer both sections now.
Yeah, I'm hoping my notes are comprehensive enough to answer all the questions. I'm hoping my notes are comprehensive enough to pick up all the questions that were asked. Starting with Mr.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah, I don't want to be rude again either, Alf. We have had this conversation yesterday. With regard to the park and ride system, a question that I'd like to make, as far as Whitby is concerned, because it's Whitby I'm talking about today, not Scarborough. How often is the park and ride full in Whitby? How often has it actually been full? And how often, and going back to an earlier comment that you made about the buses, you didn't want buses running around empty. the mere fact of the fact, in fact is, that's what's happening in Scarborough. The buses are running around empty, time and time and time again.
Yeah.
So, that being the case, it negates what we're trying to do, surely.
Yeah.
There's got to be some... There's got to be some way of tempting the visitors to utilise the park and ride. If we can't tempt the visitors to utilise the park and ride, the same scenario is going to happen again and again and again. They're going to come in straight to town, like in Scarborough. It's not working, in my view, it's just not working in Scarborough. We have the same problems that all you good people in Whitby have. It's a rarity I can get parked in front of my house, despite having the permit to do so. So, there's got to be some way, and you pointed out that Scarborough, and Whitby's following up, from London is the biggest park and ride system.
The biggest scheme.
Yeah, biggest scheme outside London. In London, I'm not suggesting we do this, but they have congestion charge. I don't think there's a congestion charge anywhere else in the country. London will have a congestion charge. I'm not suggesting that is the case here, but there's got to be somewhere in order to tempt, I can shout, it's all right. In order to tempt our visitors to utilise that. If we can't, we're not successful in doing that, this problem is not going to go away. It's never going to go away. Thank you.
I mean, if the scheme failed in Scarborough, then why on earth did you do it to Whitby? Sorry.
I'm basing it on Whitby with all due respect.
Can I just ask the chair? Thank you, Chair. I've sat on this committee, and every time that we've actually talked about the Whitby Park and Ride, I've actually voted against it. Because, as it describes in Scarborough, what you actually get with the Park and Ride comes more legislation as far as parking. Yeah. And the agenda item today is Whitby Park and Ride, and that's the problem. You know what I mean? Previously, like it's same as filing, I've said this before, I'll turn that off. Yeah. Every time, people that live locally know where to park. In Filing is a busy place, you can find parking spots. So, if we take this, so, as the third gentleman said, we've actually got a problem here. And what we've got is something that's not going to go away, and that's a park and ride scheme. So what we've got to do is make the best out of a bad job. And what I would like, reading this report, is time and time again the officers have put in 5, it is not proposed therefore to make any changes at present.
Yeah.
Well, I want to see the officers make changes to make it better for the residents of Whitby. So that's what really needs to happen. The officers need to be listening. We talked about this scheme. Well, the first meeting I attended, over 1,000 people sent in a complaint about the proposed park and ride scheme. You know what I mean? 4 million has been spent on that park and ride scheme, and it's not good value for money because it's causing problems. If it's causing problems to have businesses closed down, reduced footfall, loss of profits, you know, it's not good. So the officers now have got to work quickly with the residents and the businesses and get it sorted out. And let's make the best of a bad job, not make the job even worse. Absolutely. And that is the most important thing. We've got this, we've got to deal with it, and we've got to kick it forward, not kick it back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whitby voted against it, and Whitby was ignored. Whitby voted against it, and Whitby was ignored. And now, the right things haven't come out from the beginning, so no one knows. There's so much confusion.
Was the chairman suggesting that...
Sorry,
excuse me, we're turning it back to officers now.
Could I ask questions?
Doesn't seem to be any feedback on that, but looking at going through some of the comments, I mean, there's been discussion here about why can't we bring the changes to the parking measures in as quickly as possible. That has always been the intention. The report states that we'll look at look again at reviewing the routing of the bus service for the 2016 season. The intention was always to start the public consultation, if members approve it, as soon as we possibly can, which will probably be soon after the summer holidays. And based on the requirements of the legislation, etc., we have, Helen from our area office has worked out that we could possibly go for an implementation of a changed disc parking zone early in the new year. So not after the end of the season, but early in the new year. We can't do it any quicker because there are legislative requirements. We can't just suspend the disc zone, we can't just change the disc zone. We have got to follow the statutory procedures for traffic regulation orders, and those do take time. Connie Booth usefully highlighted a potential problem with the disc zone parking. I noticed Helen was taking a note of that, and we will look into that. And other than that, thank you for your comments that you have brought from other people. Nick Lawrence, as a resident, has asked whether about the revenue from the park and ride service. It has been reported at previous committees, and it is available public information.
I'm sorry, it wasn't the park and ride so much as the amount of money you're raising through parking on the North Promenade.
Yeah, I mean, that has been reported at previous committees. It is all in the public domain. We will be happy to provide that. The vast majority of the revenue from the car parking on the West Cliff and at Sands End goes to support the running of the park and ride bus service, and that has been made clear in previous reports.
Can I ask you what happens if there's a surplus?
The surplus, it goes into a
pension pot.
Civil parking enforcement pot, which has got to be used for other transport initiatives, so it doesn't just go back into the county council coffers. The surplus this year was very small, and actually we're quite happy to have a small surplus because last year was a reasonably good summer. If you have a terribly wet summer, we will get less money. So we have a little bit of an extra pot of money to help to run the park and ride service the year after. But we are not making big surpluses on this. We are making tens of thousands of pounds, not hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Okay, does it come back to Whitby or North Yorkshire?
We haven't made a significant surplus as yet. It goes into a North Yorkshire pot, and it can and probably will be spent in the Whitby area.
Can I just say that I thought that we put a recommendation forward that any surplus should be spent in the local area when the scheme first came about.
Let me not have a quick of any debt.
Yeah, you may well have done. I don't recall that recommendation, but if it was passed, that is what will happen.
Is it back summer?
Yes, thank you, Chair. A couple of points. One is I'm still a great advocate of trying to alter this bus service and the bus stop. I'll start again now that that's off. Several points, Chair. One is I'm still a great advocate of trying to alter the bus drop-off points to include the top of Skinner Street area. And can we please look at that again? It's not something that we can't alter in year if necessary, but I really would stress that I think this is extremely important to the traders in the town, so that people walk down through the town. I said I wanted to come back on a couple of other points, and I have had representation from within my division. at surgeries, and quite a lot of it as well, about the impact of the increased traffic flow on Castle Road and also down Statesby Road. We've had a number of cases of excessive speeding in the area. Since the Park and Ride started, we've got more and more heavy vehicles, and we've increased the traffic flow on Castle Road more than 100%. And our own traffic figures support that. We have taken action with signage at the Park and Ride and altered that again, and that came into effect on the 1st of July, where the B1460 is now no longer signed to Whitby, which someone thought was a good idea at the time that the signage was done for the Park and Ride site, and that caused immense problems in this area. We've now had the signage put back to this for Westcliff and Westcliff only. Again, thanks to Highways for remarking the roadway as well, so that the main route into Whitby is still down the 171. And I think that appears to have made a great difference. However, I have a considerable number of complaints about the excessive traffic flow and heavy vehicles down this road and the speed. I have put forward a number of amendments which I know the clerk has there, and I would ask you to look at those amendments. I think that they're reasonable in the circumstances, and I would ask them to be taken on board when we are discussing and making the final decision on this matter. The proposed amendments to the Whitby Park and Ride scheme for this that I'm proposing are amendment number 5, that the Corporate Director, Business and Environment be requested to 1. Investigate allegations concerning the increased volume and speed of traffic, including buses using Castle Road, since the new A171B 1460 roundabout was opened, and whether the introduction of a vehicle-activated sign, a speed sign, a VAS sign, on the B1460 on the approach just inside the 30-mile limit would be appropriate. And 3, the feasibility within the regulations of implementing the 40-mile-per-hour speed limit between the Park and Ride roundabout on the A171 and the existing 30-mile-an-hour limit on the B1460 at Smeaton Castle. And recommendation 6, that North Yorkshire Police be asked to increase enforcement activities on the B1460 in an attempt to moderate the alleged speed of vehicles using Castle Road and Statesby Road. And I've got to say, I followed a bus down this morning and it was doing 40 miles an hour in the 30 minutes.
Yes.
If he followed him, he was as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me.
I'm happy to second Councillor Chance's proposal, but the question I've got is one of the meetings what we attended with Mr. Collins and Mr. Croft about moving, rerouting the bus stop. We think, this is for clarification, I think you said that because of the time scale, it couldn't be done within the time and it wouldn't be time for the summer season. The summer season would be finished. If that's not the case, then please, like Councillor Chance, please could we look at it as quickly as we can. What is the time scale for rerouting bus service, please?
I'll give that, Chair. My recollection of the discussion, assuming we were at the same meeting, or we're talking to them about the same meeting, was that there was a presumption that we would replace the stop in St Hilda's with a stop, a new stop at the top of St John Street. Because if we added in a stop, it would take additional time, which would mean that we would lose capacity from the Park and Ride side into town. And we agreed that we would do some survey work to establish how many people were using the stops other than the bus station. I think in Andrew Bainbridge's report he quoted a figure of 3% people boarding at Westcliff, but what we don't know is how many people alight at Westcliff. We'll have to do a specific piece of work. We will undertake to do that during the school holidays, which is the busiest time for the park and ride. In answer to your question how long it takes 8 weeks. We have to give 8 weeks notice to the traffic commissioners to make changes to local bus services. But if we did that, of course, we would have to redo all the publicity and all the timetables as well. So we won't get any changes in even if we wanted to between now and the end of the what we regard as being the summer season. But I think we do need to do this piece of work because if we add in an additional stop and it's used, then it will take additional time. It takes time to stop the bus for people to get on and off and to set it off again, and we will lose capacity, and we don't want to do that during this peak time.
You don't need an additional stop, you just need that.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Chair. Looking back at the recommendations about the 3-hour disparking and the sorry?
That's the final thing.
Yeah, but I just want to really ask, we need a timescale set today rather than which just saying as soon as possible really, but really we should be setting the timescale ourselves and as soon as possible could mean anything, couldn't it? So
Could we pick that up on that?
yeah.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, these recommendations that David has put forward, you know, talking about going down the road at X, Y, Z, 30 miles an hour and 40 miles an hour, North Yorkshire Police standing there with their speed camera. Well, let me finish, David. You know, one of the that isn't answering these people's problems about parking, scratch cards, permits. I mean, that is not sorting the biggest problem out. Businesses that are suffering, you know, the timeries. Those are the questions these residents need answering. So really, that really doesn't help the situation one little bit.
Expression of red herring.
Thank you, Chairman. I said, just to save any confusion here, that I want to come back with something which wasn't in the report, which I thought was material. I have no problem with, as I've said, with promoting what's been discussed and what's in the original, in the recommendations, and I would like to see it speeded up. I do have a problem on Castle Road and Statesview Road, where someone is going to get killed very soon. And that is the reason I'm putting forward these additional recommendations. And if Sam Cross wants to take responsibility for them not going through, fine. But I'm saying there is no confusion. These are quite separate.
Unbelievable.
These are quite separate.
Yeah, I said open your ears, it's not addressing their
Always a Tory.
I didn't say
Unbelievable. Children.
I didn't say it was addressing their problem. It's addressing the problems of the residents on this road here. And that's what I'm concerned about. It's addressing
It's not the subject. It's not on the agenda. It's not on the agenda, Mrs. Chair.
It is his division, so there's an access.
So and as for the police, they do sit just out here with their police van, quite regularly. I'm asking them to increase their presence, to stop the speeding of heavy lorries and buses, which is going on all the time.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to pick up the issue about speeding buses.
It's nothing to do with the agenda.
And we've taken it to read all their data on traffic and they assure us that they have a monitoring system in place. Councillor Johnson's given me an example this morning of the bus that he followed, and we'll take that up. But we'll reinforce the message with the reader that buses shouldn't be speeding anywhere, let alone down Castle Road.
Right. We're at the end now. Can we just basically can I ask them? You would, wouldn't you?
Right.
I'll repeat.
Looking at the amendments here, very simply what Councillor Chance is relating to. The concern I would have, however, is if these recommendations are taken on board by our highways officers, I certainly will be asking begging questions about looking at numerous areas all across the borough.
Yeah.
I've got numerous areas in Eastfield, just as badly utilised by heavy traffic. So I personally would, I've got reservations about that, and certainly make my observations quite clear to our highways officers. If suddenly this was passed against areas that we've got of concern, I mean everybody's got concerns in their own wards. Certainly in Eastfield, I can think of Moore Lane, I've got one of the Eastfield Parish Councillors in the audience that's desperate for something like that. It's not happening because the rule of thumb is you wait until a certain an accident or accidents occur. It's like shutting the stable door for Yoss's bolting, and then we do something. So I do have sympathy, Councillor Chance, but I have problems as well in being able to relay that back to residents I represent.
Sorry.
I agree totally with Councillor Anderson, and I was thinking the whole thing through because we've all got this problem, Councillor Chance. It's not just in Whitby. I've got it in Kent, I've got it in Humbleby, and every time I want any speeding restrictions, no, you can't have them because A, the accident figure down high enough, B, we haven't got, it will take ages before we can do them. And I don't think that this isn't something that I came to discuss this morning.
That's correct.
To
Absolutely.
discuss the parking.
Absolutely.
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 So I will not.
Absolutely.
And the other thing I want to make sure is I'm just disgusted that we've had the way this meeting has been organised. And I quite agree with Mr. Croft, was it, who said, you know, we've had to sit here through the police, the fire,
Absolutely.
for about 2 hours before we actually got onto
Business.
the reason this meeting is at Whitby today, because we haven't had one at Scarborough recently. So, you know, I just think if we're going to have meetings to discuss the Whitby Park and Ride, it wants to be a meeting to discuss the Whitby Park and Ride and nothing else. I've sat here on several occasions to discuss the Whitby Park and Ride and to listen to what the people said and before it was first put in. And yeah, I do have some sympathies, and I really feel that if we're going to have a meeting about the Whitby Park and Ride for the Whitby residents to come, the Whitby residents to speak, which has nothing else on the agenda, it should be a special meeting for that.
Hear, hear.
And I should have gone home to another meeting over half an hour ago. I should be halfway back to Scarborough now, but because I feel that I really should stay, and I'll ring up and apologise, but because of the time, it's just ridiculous. And I hope, Chairman, that we take that on board, and that next time we may arrange a meeting, we have it especially for the Whitby Park.
Thank you, Chair. I'm asking, is it a point of order that we are digressing from the Park and Ride to speeding?
Absolutely. Hear, hear.
No. This is a direct result of the Park and Ride.
Oh, it's digressing.
Okay.
It's a
Right,
digression.
can we just move back to the...
It is a direct result
We
then.
have 2 items on number 4, which is Whitby Town Council to take into consideration, and Mrs Dobson. So would you all make sure that you've all noticed that as well, please, before we wind up. And finally, the recommendations. Oh yes, we've got the amendment to vote on, first of all, which is... Yeah, by Councillor. Right, so can we take the vote on that, please?
On his.
Amendment? No?
3 in favour. Against?
Against? No? 2? And?
There's so many abstentions then.
Yeah?
Yes. I think it's a North Yorkshire problem rather than,
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we recap on that? Just not.
Can we just be clear on the amendment? Members who can vote, can we be clear? Who is voting in favour of the amendment? Who is voting in favour of the amendment? 1, 2, 3. Those voting against the amendment? 2. 3. Okay. Abstentions? 3.
3.
So if you're voting,
So we've abstained, that's
I'll go with the proposed amendment. Okay? Looking at right, and then the final recommendation. The members note.
As amended with the additional information that's just been included, which was item 5 and 6. So the recommendation before members at page 27 plus the amendment.
Okay? Are we ready to go? Everybody happy? 4, please. Against?
Okay.
Abstentions? Singing my two birds. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Right, it has been a long drawn out.
wait till the next one.
Well, we wrote this that many times to get it in our...
Just like the page of the circulated.
Right, okay. We move on now to agenda item 9, which is the campground.
Just on the weekly notes, just to point out the
I need to incorporate this, by the way. I need to incorporate this.
Just want to pause this for a second.
I've had it done by our
Oh yeah. Right, give us a quick...
Right, it's all switched on. Switch on button. Yeah, let's make it zoom in. Well,
Come on.
record there, that red button there.
That one meeting happening as well.
Go on then. Recording now.
Come on! We're still in the middle of a meeting. Will you shut up when we try to conduct a meeting? We're in a meeting.
Recording now.
Right, next is item 9 of the agenda. Is to do with road programs, various seaside streets in Scarborough.
I'll be recognised that time is tight, so I'll be very brief, assuming everybody's read the report. This is the outcome of 2 consultations that we undertaken in mid-2014 and the second one in January 2015. Table 4 carries the consultation response themes and officer comment. It is it's changing what is a temporary traffic regulation order into a permanent one to ensure that that restriction continues, which expired yesterday. And the recommendations are at the back of the report. I do need to draw your attention to a small error in the recommendations in section 13.1.2, where it should be Royal Albert Drive rather than North Marine. Sorry, just a bit of a mistake in the recommendations.
There's 2 hours, one is the Royal Albert, one is the Marine.
I'm cottages on the water.
Yes, they haven't got drivers. And they've done really well. Really well. I think if you used to work on it. When you come in to the south side, there's a building on top with a big hole. That is to the top.
North Marine.
Because that's
We haven't advertised on the North Marine Drive.
It's not on North Marine Drive. It's on Marine Drive.
Marine Drive.
Goes around the
That's
castle.
Harbour Drive.
It goes around the castle. Marine Drive goes around the castle.
Carry on.
So yeah, that's it. We take the reports there. There have been some submissions for questions.
We have three public questions. And the first one is William Wilson Hay. Would you like to come forward, please?
Mr Wilson Hague isn't actually attending, but the points he wished to raise are documented in the papers that have been circulated to members and around the room. The next speaker is Mike Exwell.
Yes. Yeah. No? And the next one is Andy Stanley.
Excellent, thank you very much. Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, hopefully you've seen everything that's in here. I'll come back to that in a minute. But I do think it's relevant to go through this document here, which I've been given. I've only had a chance to see this at the start of the meeting, and there's a lot of misleading statements in this. And I've only had a chance to look through the queue, so I'm just pointing out what is incorrect in this. So please excuse me while I just flick through this. Just trying to find item 9. Okay. I do apologise. Unfortunately, I'll say it in time. Right. On page, this is number 9, on this, I don't know if you can see where I'm looking on this here, it's on page number 9. It states, number 9, why should there be an exemption, etc. And on the third line in the response, it states a category of vehicle, as this order refers to a category of vehicle. That is false. Motor caravan is not a category of vehicle. Motor caravan is part of category M, so that is a false statement. Let me continue, please. Number 10, very relevant. It says 2.3, definition of motor caravans, and this is effectively law of the United Kingdom, and that is what is very important. We'll come back to that later. Responsible motor caravanners will appreciate the issues that have been experienced in the heavily affected areas to which the order refers. 30 correspondents of motor owners wrote and said they agreed with the order as they found the practice of camping on the overnight street overnight distasteful. That is propaganda. That should only be put in a balanced way. The vast majority of people who park in a wild camping format do not agree with this. This is a big issue in the motor owning world. And also, what you're going into there is the word camping. I must reiterate that this is what overnight parking, not camping. And that is extensively misleading. And I'd like to continue on this. Now, on page, under equalities, 10.08, no, I do apologise, 10.07, there was found to be no negative impact on any other protected characteristic. I refer to new travellers under the Egyptian traveller legislation. This most certainly does have a major effect. In addition to this, regardless of what this decision is, where this goes ahead, the legal team will be able to confirm this. To deal with new travellers, once you start going through the legal process, you have to give 48 hours to 14 days for them to vacate, once you decide that this is not a not allowed site. So you excluded that, and that is fundamental to understanding this. There's people here today who are new travellers, and so when you sort of issue whatever you want against them, you have to consider this, or you're not in breach of. So when you say you've looked at the legalities, you've not, as per your statement there. Again, misleading. If I could continue, please. Yeah, this was rather interesting. 11.3, there is provision for those motor caravans to continue to park on the highway between the, so thankfully we're going back to parking, between the hours of 23 and 0700 in unaffected streets. Now this, it must not be just ignored. That is going to be the crux of the problem for local people. you will just take this away to residential streets. And because these are not going to affect that. During the second wider research consultation, one now on 12.5 period, where respondents were asked to categorise their interest, a smaller minority, 51% of people categorising themselves as residents, opposed the order. You've not even got a majority of the local residents in favour of it, are you there? And that's just those who, so that's quite a small percentage, I think we'll all agree on that. But then, this part here is absolutely atrocious. Right, loss of amenities. On this is on Appendix A. The specific amenities the Council considers are impacted upon by the overnight camping of motor caravans. It's not camping. And then you go into further details. For neighbouring properties, you list noise, litter, extraneous light and depositing of waste in the highway gullies. Council people here will know that I have extensive communication on this and there is no documentary evidence to support that statement. It is fabrication. And I've wanted that for a long time, and so have many people in the motorhome world. That is false. Again, at the bottom there, it states, and waste emptying, including road sweeping and waste emptying that overnight camping brings with it. Again, propaganda, no evidence, and again referring to camping, not parking, which is what this order is about. Again, misleading. There is a massive significance difference. Again, on the next page, you have, sorry, any questions, please do stop me. You stated overnight occupancy of motor caravans. Again, overnight occupancy of motor caravans. The overnight occupancy of motor caravans generates noise, sometimes with close proximity to residential properties. Absolute bonkers. It's like, I like to know what noise this is.
Can I just say,
sorry,
you are now on 5 minutes, so...
sorry, I'll just reiterate this.
Well, there's no point in going over and over.
So, okay, so basically, if you'd like me to condense this, I'm happy to do that. To condense this, it's been totally misleading by just the ones I've been allowed to raise with you. And I do not believe people are in a position to consider it when they're not reading the true information. But I'll put that aside. That's not for me to say further. The points I've come to raise today, thankfully it's been put it out on here, so if you just give me, and I'm happy to answer any questions. The fact, there is a clear loss of an amenity, a sea view, to an estimated 1,000 properties. That's the maximum estimated. This is not a legal right. You have a right to light, not to a sea view. There are an estimated 250,000 motor caravans in the UK. They will lose their legal right to amenity. That's going for our parking. I've listened to you today about business in Whitby, and he said how much business has been affected. If this council became pro-motorhome, I could get you loads of business coming to this area, and there's a massive untapped business there. Number two, apart from hours, a few hours in the summer, like where we currently are, there is no sea view between the hours of 2300 hours and no 700. It's dark, for God's sake. You know, it's like, for God's sake, it's like, where is the sea view? Are we all nocturnal animals or something? I do apologise for this is our choice. I do apologise if I'm performing. Number three, even if it is dark between the hours, even if I apologise, even if it is not dark between the hours of 2300 hours and 0700 hours, there is no loss of sea view at Royal Albert Drive, Scarborough, and also at up at Sands End where I parked last night, because there is a cliff in which the vehicles park. Wow! Let's talk legal. Legal people will be able to advise me on this. If the order is agreed, the counter-challenge notice for the unknowledgeable, should I say, that's the parking ticket, can only be successfully enforced if there is evidence that the motorhome contains a table. I refer you to the EU directive. Under the EU directive, for a motor caravan, it states that a motor caravan must contain a table. Now, I will support anybody who's issued a ticket on this basis, and the council has to prove that there's a table in when there's been a ticket issued. That is impossible, because if your enforcement officers start taking photographs up to the windows of a motorhome, they will all be on the sex offenders register overnight. That's impossible to prove. Let me continue a little bit further about judicial reviews.
Can you be very...
I'm doing my best, but unfortunately there's so much problems in it. I do apologise. Two, if the order is agreed, it will be challenged under a judicial review. This is a little bit of an education. The council will lose a judicial review as per facts 1 to 2 proves, and I quote, this is what you got. The council has to go to the council. I never touched that. But people say that realise how crazy this is. The decision was so unreasonable that no reasonable authority would ever consider imposing it. I refer you to the Westbury unreasonableness which will be used in a court of law, and there are many test cases to prove this. Finally, it is rather ironic that while I parked last night with some of my new traveller friends for the night, it was not Yorkshire County Council who were breaking the fundamental legislation of this country. All non-motor caravan signs must be removed or come with immediate effect, as the temporary order has expired and they are still there. And this could also be considered fraud. In conclusion, I take that off over here to Joe and to Sam. Joe said quite rightly about balance. Balance is a wonderful thing, Joe. You've got the business aspect, you've got residential, you've got motorhomes. These people come and sit down with you and we can work the way forward. Not a problem, but it's a case of working with, not dictated to. Sam, you came up with it. The problem will not go away. Absolutely not. If this is passed through, this problem will just blow. Because I know we'll run by activities from Lincolnshire up here, and we'll get the same result we've got in Lincolnshire. Now, but you also say about not making it worse. And that is all I've got to say. If anybody would like to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call back now. Anybody else to say?
Thank you. Would you like to come from the legal aspect, please?
No. Do you want to
I'll approach you this one.
If I go through the questions that have been tabled. Sorry. Dealing with Mr. Haig first. What prompted the prohibition in the first place was it's going back to 2009 with comments about parking overnight on the roads in question. It developed in 2012 when the MP got involved and new signing came out that enabled us to put this restriction in place. We've had 2 temporary traffic regulation orders for the past 3 years covering this activity. So that's how we've got to where we are. We've now come to the end of that limit when we can extend the temporary. We need to now either make it permanent.
Could you to specify actually that you've changed the reason actually? The original reason was false. You've not actually stated that. That's rather fundamental to the issue. So it's not the same issue.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer the question from Mr. Hay.
I apologise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second point from Mr. Hay talks about 10 till 7 instead of 11 till 7. I understand that in one of the documents that went out there was a typographical error that had no material impact on the process, and Mr. Hayes often picked up on the 10 p.m. During last year, since notices were put up, has the Esplanade been observed to see what's happening? I'm not aware of any problems that the existing traffic regulation order has created. In fact, according to the records we hold, there's only been 2 complaints about the temporary traffic regulation order. Mike Hepworth talks about a residence permit. You will note in the recommendations that that is one of the recommendations, that a residence permit can be issued. Mr. Strangeways.
Strangeway, no less.
Beg your pardon.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Strangeways' comments. Loss of amenity. The actual amenity that we are describing is the general amenity, the visual amenity of the area, and it says in the report comparing a public highway to a campsite.
The amenity you're talking about is clearly sea view.
No, the
That's
amenity.
what it states. Would you like to produce the statement of reasons, please?
The statement of
All that
reasons.
is stated in there, the sea view. Nothing else.
Whilst sea view is included in the statement of reasons, it also talks about the general appearance of the area. There is no legal right to 24-hour parking.
No, it is currently a legal right. No. You are removing that by bringing it in, you are removing that right to it.
We have traffic regulation orders.
Yes, and that's been currently removed. So that is remove that right. That temporary order will remove that right. And all vehicles have that right.
Madam Chair.
We have we have traffic regulation orders that we can impose so we can regulate parking, traffic movements and the like.
And what I'm saying that is this is what will remove it.
Just a moment.
Right, does Richard want to finish and then I'll...
Yeah, well, if you want to come back to that one, sorry. The comments about the sea view not being available during the hours of darkness, again I refer back to my comments about the amenity that we are trying to improve. It is the general amenity of the area. It is not specifically the sea view in question.
What is it then?
As I've explained before,
Madam Chair.
Excuse me, can you please hold on? This officer speaking to you. Do you mind if not put it to no time?
That's the question.
Brilliant.
That's what I'm going to say. I want to hear what the officer has to say. I enjoyed listening to what you had to say about it. I'd like to.
With respect, Chairman, could you ask Mr Strangeways to withdraw from the table and go back
Yes,
to
that would be
the
good.
hall?
Yeah. Yes, please.
No problem at all.
thank you. Royal Albert Drive, that is one of the roads that's been recognised that we will not seek to impose the traffic regulation order on, as explained in the report and the recommendations. The issue over a table being evidenced as part of the policing procedure, again I may have to defer to legal on that, but I assume it will be up to the motorhome owner to prove that they haven't got a table.
Absolutely not wrong. Totally false. Totally and utterly false. Innocent until proven guilty.
Excuse me, can I just say, no more interruptions please, or I will ask you to leave.
The next item about a judicial review is, again, we have taken advice and we don't believe a judicial review was necessary at the start of this process. If others decide that that is the avenue they wish to pursue, then that is down to them. The no motor caravan signs that are up at the moment must be removed. We're currently, due to the expiration of the temporary traffic regulation order, we've instructed Scarborough Borough Council parking officials not to enforce the particular restriction. I am comfortable to leave those signs up at the moment. I do not consider it fraud because nobody is being prosecuted at the moment.
They're being threatened with it.
Excuse me.
I'm just following this gentleman.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. If I can sort of cover off some of the sort of legal issues that were raised by Mr Strangeways and try and clarify those for you. First of all, he raised this issue about enforceability and the definition of a motor caravan. There is a definition provided for a motor caravan which has certain requirements to it. But what I would say is obviously the Department for Transport has issued signs which allow for the prohibition of motor caravans. So they are clearly satisfied that a motor caravan is a class of traffic to which a traffic regulation order can apply. So that's the first point. The next point was raised in terms of the amenity which Richard has touched on. I say again that just the loss of view is not the only reason given. There is the character of the street, the noise, the litter, the light impacts and the waste deposit, which are all potential impacts again. So there is not just one amenity, there are a number of amenity issues I think which are raised. The next point he raised was in terms of sort of this being able to be challenged on judicial review. Well, obviously, members are fully aware that any decision they make is obviously can be subject to a judicial review. What I would say to members is that obviously we've looked at this in some detail. We were aware that obviously there's a lot of concern about this, so we have considered whether or not a judicial review could be brought. There is obviously still the potential for one to be brought, but we've given it due consideration. They've raised the issue that it would be on Wednesbury unreasonableness.
Absolutely.
So essentially you would be making a decision that no reasonable authority could ever make on it. I think taking into account you've got a very detailed report before you. It raises a range of considerations, obviously on both sides, because you've got people supporting it, obviously, as well as people against it. You've obviously got, within that evidence, which Mr Strangeways considers is missing, you've got direct representations there. I think it would be very, very difficult for a judicial review to be made out on the basis of the evidence or the information that you've got.
To be unreasonable, effectively, it would have to be absurd or perverse, which
It
demands
is.
intent.
Major cities. So there is a divide. So the only thing I can think of it, we somehow need to share the money more even out with the rural areas. We're all saying that.
Local authorities on the public sector will necessarily do. And they reflect very much the priorities of the levy payers. Now businesses and stakeholders contribute a levy determined by a formula, and often that formula is a percentage of business rates. In the past, that's how these have raised the money to do the things that hopefully the businesses would like to see. So what's the difference between a tourism bid and a destination bid? Well, it's fairly self-explanatory really. The tourism business improvement districts would look to gather the revenue from tourism and hospitality businesses and stakeholders that have a stake in that sector. But again, recently, some resort areas have broadened it to cover other areas like arts and culture, sport and leisure, and more importantly, retail have been brought into it. So whether the Yorkshire Coast would want to go down a pure tourism TV or whether we would want to widen it to destination, that's what the feasibility study would try to look at when we get to the point of finding the funding for it. Like I say, most of the TVs are about attracting more visitors, getting more visitors to come to an area. When it comes to engaging with the private sector, then there are a number of ways that the consultants who would be brought into the feasibility study would do that. There'd be open business meetings, they would probably come to a town council meeting and talk to them a bit more detail about how we would go about doing it. There's obviously opportunity online to do surveys and questionnaires to make sure that we can involve as many people and as many businesses as we can. There's clearly one-to-one discussions that can take place with key providers and key stakeholders. And as I said, we would definitely want to talk to the trade associations. I mean, this matter has actually been discussed by with the District Tourism Association, hasn't it, John? So we've had that conversation already with the trade association here. Now, the whole process, from start to finish, can take up to about 12 months to 18 months, so this isn't something that can be done very, very quickly. And when you've got your plan together, it covers a 5-year period, and then after that 5-year period, you've got to go out to ballot again to carry on doing it. So you've initially, you're looking at a 5-year plan. And like many things, you've got to have a yes vote. If businesses don't want to do it and they vote against it, that's the end of the story. But it is an independent ballot that will be carried out probably by the local authority as they do it with the general election or any local election. And to achieve that successful bid, you need to do 2 things. You need to get a 50% maximum vote with regard to numbers, so 51% of the businesses have got to say yes. But because it's usually developed around a rateable value formula, then the collectiveness of the rateable value has also got to be yes. So it's got to be the majority of rateable values as well. So it's not just about numbers, not just about the numbers, it's about the rateable value as well. Having gone through that ballot process, and hopefully if you're successful, then what would happen is you would set up a company, a not-for-profit company, with a number of board directors that would be representative of the areas that they was covered. So if it was tourism, then you would clearly have hoteliers, you'd have attraction operators sitting on that board to make sure that the plan that was presented to the electors, if you like, or the levy payers, was actually delivered as it was supposed to be. As I've said up there on that second point, the board are elected from businesses who have paid the levy. So it's the people that pay the money into it that ultimately sit and businesses decide how they want to spend their money and what they want to spend it on. Clearly the board will become accountable to the levy payers, and the money is ring-fenced to deliver the business plan. Again, it's important to stress as well that this additional money is additional. It's not what local authorities would normally spend on certain areas. This is new money to be spent where the businesses want to spend it. On that point, yeah, it's not going to go on to the next one. And I've only got a couple more slides, so I can carry on. And just to say, to give you an idea of how much money can be raised, Great Yarmouth have just recently created one in September last year, and that collected 500,000 a year. So over a 5-year period, we're talking about £2.5 million spent on a number of areas, everything from marketing to small-scale capital investments, things like signing, business support for businesses. We're not too sure about, maybe some ideas about marketing, online marketing, giving them training. It's really whatever businesses want to spend that money on. But I think the tradition has been with many resorts that have happened, and there are about 10 resorts that have got these at the moment. Quite a lot of that money is being spent on destination marketing, on getting people to come to the area. And I think, again, it's fair to point out, because of the nature of the Yorkshire coast, where you've got different offers, there's a possibility that if Whitby wanted a pot of money to just focus on its offer, as opposed to the Yorkshire coast generally, then there would be nothing to stop them doing that, if that's what the business wanted to do. So it's quite a flexible approach. I've actually got a slide that shows you the sorts of contributions that you would pay. So, for example, if you were a business that had a residual value of £10,000, then you'd be looking at paying a levy of around £150, which in many respects is what quite a lot of businesses pay for membership organisations and things like that.
A week's wages.
Or even the local tourism service. And it works out 41 pence a day, so it's not a great deal. And clearly the bigger businesses pay more. If you've got businesses with 100,000 residual value, then they'd be paying 1,500 as a cost. And like I said, spending is spent on destination sales and marketing, business support, tourism services like tourist information centres, that sort of thing, capital investment and market research. And then the last couple of slides that I've actually got, there are 3 stages. First of all, there's the feasibility study, which is where we're at now. We're trying to collect £10,000 to carry out this feasibility study, and we've currently got about 8,500. Now that money's come from local businesses together with some of the public sector organisations, so the National Park put funding in, Borough Council put funding in, East Riding Council put funding in. But people like Merlin Entertainment, they put £1,000 into it. And some of the associations have contributed to it. There's been a lot of businesses that have put 100, 200 pounds towards the £1,000 we need. So what the feasibility study would look at very, very quickly is, if we're talking about the Yorkshire coast, how far are we talking? Are we talking from Staithes all the way down to Spurn? How far inland would we come? Would we go as far as Flamingo Land, for example? The scale of it, what type of businesses would be included, and that goes back to whether you're going to have a tourism business or a destination one. But other stakeholders as well, could we persuade Yorkshire Water to put a lot of money into improving the beaches and that? Would they be interested in contributing towards this levy? So, and the levy itself, how would we raise it? Would it be through a residual value, or would it be through another mechanism? So like I say, we're at stage 1 at the moment. We need to find the 10,000, we're £1,500 short. I'm not sure that the council can make a contribution or whether it's in a position to make a decision today, but I can leave that on the table for you, if that's okay.
Businesses don't have to
And
be
I
forced
think
to
just to
sign up to
finish, the three
get
things
everything to
that
promote.
make it quite
This was
different
just
are, it is very much about business leadership, it is very much about focusing on the destination, whatever their area that might be. And you've just got to look at the competition. The competition are already doing this. A number of resorts, Bournemouth, Torquay, Southport, Yarmouth, they've already got these in place. And if we want to keep up with the competition, I think we've got to go there. After the feasibility, the two other stages, you've got to bring in a consultant to look at an 18-month programme of consultation and get them back. So if there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Otherwise, thank you.
Just listening to that talk there, what do you think with tourist trade successful enough at the moment? The town is absolutely rammed, and where is all this money? Where is all the benefit going? Because the toilets and facilities in this town are in the third world. So where is all this money going? You can't get through the town today. I've been in the town, and it's absolutely rammed. So you come up with these schemes to make it more successful. But the facilities in the town are absolutely rubbish. They're absolutely rubbish in the town. The toilets are disgraceful in this town. And it seems the residents are neglected. I know where I live. I've been away during the week. But the streets aren't, to me the streets aren't clean properly. And I just feel, surely all these schemes, you can't get any more people into the town. It's just literally rammed. Surely it's successful enough at the moment.
Yes, the lady at the French had already indicated about the buskers.
Yes, I just wrote something out about the biscuit. It's from a husband and I living in the centre of Whitby near the Spring Bridge. We do expect and accept that the area is busy and noisy, especially in the summer. I'm glad to stress that we are not anti-busking. However, we do not expect to listen to unprepared buskers performing on occasion 5 continuous hours from the same spot. There can be as many as 4 groups performing at the same time within 100 to 150 metres of our house, and of course many of the residents' dwellings and businesses. It is also our understanding that many other areas, particularly the Rotary, are equally affected as the central Whitby acts like an aggregator. There will be no problem if the Whitby Code of Conduct for street entertainers is a data. Why is it not a data? And whose responsibility is it to enforce this code of conduct? The police get very annoyed continuously contacted. This is our suggestion. May we suggest that metal signs similar to the parking restriction signs could be placed in popular areas for buskers, stating permitted time limit allowed to play, i.e. 45 minutes or even an hour, followed by a no return within, say, 3 hours. The most popular busking areas are outside HSBC Bank, either end of the Spring Bridge, opposite Wetherspoons, back to the gate, Sandgate, and numerous areas on Church Street.
Thank you. Jeff Booth. I would like to say that yes, the town is very busy at the minute, and it's really good that we are have business in Whitby. It isn't always the same. There are times I've driven along Westcliff myself. Earlier in the year, in May, 11 o'clock in the morning, 3 cars parked between the Met and the Wellway. It's not always busy. We do have room. We do have room off peak. Thank you very much to the gentleman here, but the last thing the businesses in Whitby need is another tax. When we get a good, solid, devolved power in this town from this council, which I really sincerely hope that at some point in the future we will, then perhaps this council will be able to deal with this sort of matter and be able to give us businesses this sort of detail and this sort of funding and help. I would like to see it come from Whitby, not from outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Right, thank you very much. We go on to item 5, which is the minute report. I don't know what the list of the sitting is.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
I attend the job interview,
It's a tax on.
exciting organise or newly organised and not with that. And I'm proud to announce that hopefully in 2019 we will host Yorkshire Day. It's the 250 years this captain visited New Zealand.
Are we going to be doing the Yorkshire Society? Are we going to hold it until 2019?
There might be an article in finance agenda. Next. All in favour? No, sorry, yes, right. Did you second it? Oh, no, Item 6, committee recommendations to consider and make decisions on any recommendations arising from the committee meeting. F164/15, approval of payment. To approve payment on behalf of the council to 21st of July 2015, proposed by Councillor John Freeman, seconded by Nick Rowland, and unanimously recommended the schedule of payments of the 21st of July 2015 as attached hereto are approved for payment in the sums of £18,211.81. Proposer? Seconded? All in favour, please? Thank you very much. F1614/15, consideration of monthly budget 2015-2016. Proposed by Councillor D. Collins, seconded by H. Collins, and unanimously recommended that the end of monthly budget report is received and submitted to the next full council meeting for approval. Right, Councillor Smith proposes it, seconded. Councillor Collins. All in favour, please? Thank you very much. GM 1704/15 to consider actions required. Moved by Councillor Trumper, seconded by Councillor Freeman, and recommended unanimously to full council that a working party is formed to work with the Literary and Philosophical Society to look at terms of reference and other issues, each reporting back to their respective authorities.
And is it working part of the report? Does it say so?
Yeah, we put the nominations for this evening.
Yeah, I just think we just need to organise a working party to work with the Phil in regards to various issues. Obviously, I reckon myself forward to nominate myself.
Mr. Chair?
Well, no, that's just one of the members.
As one of the members, right. Okay. Yeah, chair of the committee and chair of finance and human resources. Yeah, so that's Councillor Trimble, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Mrs Wilson, Councillor Freeman. Everyone?
Probably, you know, it's too many.
Yeah, because it's all,
It all comes back to
everything
full
comes
council.
back to full council anyway. Well, it doesn't really matter because all it is a discussion group. No decisions will be taken, so even if there's more of them and there isn't of us, then it doesn't really matter. Right, so you need to approve that resolution. And of those nominations.
Yes, so the letters sent by the council for information only.
Can we receive those, please?
Yeah.
All in favour? Thank you very much. Have you got any abstentions?
Right, item B. Confirmation of the footpath diversion order at Cambridge College Woodbury. It's for information, and the Police and Crime Commission has advised us on the 20th of August 2015 at 10:30 a.m.
I'm just a simple one. I'd like to make a comment on that one more.
Very well.
How is it that has taken approximately 10 months to cost a lot of officer time and trouble, and it could be decided by a very simple half a day with a bigger. It is just indicative of how things can get out of all proportion. So that diversion is now surplus officer time, very difficult to for other people, which legal in fact. I would guess something really sent out of that.
Councillor Jenison, you propose to receive those items. In favour of receiving those items. We'll go in a minute, councillor, about what's comments.
Thank you very much. Letters received by the council, copies here with, received from what?
You need to, well, no, you need to, these are letters that may require responses. So you need to consider which one you should.
Right, Scarborough Council, letter from J.A. to Robert Woodland.
We may need to refer to that at some stage when we are pressing for something.
Thank you. Yeah, B, Whitby Museum, permission to sublet part of the museum premises. Councillor Trevor.
I think we should refer this back to the working party to discuss with the regards to the sublet of this office. Yeah, that's the proposal.
So have you got a second to that proposal, Councillor Pearson? All in favour? Councillor Havelock, are you abstaining?
I am concerned about this issue, but in fact we are heading with that at the last meeting of the Control Management to a confrontational situation which is not going to be good for any party, and I think this is part of it.
Well, let's hope the joint working party will work together. We're all working for the same aim. See, North Yorkshire County Council, Springfield Bridge Waste Transfer Station, I have 2 letters.
Yeah, obviously confirmation that the site is now clear and secure. And then obviously the town council's interest in the site, asking if we wish to meet to arrange a convenient time with Carol Banglade in respect of the asset itself. That's the first letter dated the 28th of July, 21st of July, the second one on the next sign is 28th of July. The council does not intend to take any action until the town council has reached a decision regarding whether to proceed with the transfer of the site to them on terms to be agreed. The town council is not interested, then it will be sold. Given that it's taken some time for the site to be clear, the council is keen to agree proposals and look forward to hearing you after your meeting on the 4th of August. So how do you wish to proceed?
They're asking for a delegation from this council to make on the site.
And to discuss, but I think you have to have an idea before you go there, what, if you took over this land, what are you going to do with it? I mean, you can express an interest and you can and talk to them about what sort of terms they would transfer it on. But I think you also need to be thinking about what you're going to do with it if you get it.
I think we need to direct one of the ministers to discuss it and then have the planning committee or the town improvement.
But bear in mind that we have to come back to finance because we will do finance.
Or even finance.
Yeah.
I think we don't have time really to discuss it. Because I mean, it could be something we could use it for. I think it needs to go to committee where we can discuss it. It's not really.
Would it be worth a standalone item?
What, an extraordinary meeting?
Yeah.
I would support that. I think we're going to start the meeting. You get lost in the, because it's quite large.
Councillor Freeman and Councillor Pearson, please.
One of the things that would be a consideration is actually what the costs are likely to be. If we get a ballpark figure from the county, then we can then see whether, if it was a nominal peppercorn situation, then it could be turned into a simple recreational area and part of the salt marsh situation. If it was a large sum that they're talking about, then that puts a different complexion on it as to whether we've got to make it pay for itself. So for me, the first real issue is cost. If it's a low cost, it could be turned to a recreational use for the area. If it was a high cost, we have to seriously consider how we could justify that cost and return on it. So I think I would like to see a site meeting with them to get some sort of ballpark idea of what they want for it, and that reflects on what we can do with it. It's not going to say we want to do so and so until we know what the costs are. So that was my feeling.
Yes. I agree with Councillor Freeman, and also I know we talked about making it some kind of picnic, public area, but I think also we need to have a look now, and it's clear, to see what the possibilities are, because before it's just been quite rubbish. So I think that might agree entirely, we need to get there and look and to get a picture in our minds of what the possibilities are.
I think another thing we need to consider is what will happen to the land if it is sold by North Yorkshire County Council to somebody else. We've already seen what the previous incumbent did in that side, so that's what we've got to think about. Something we can't let go.
It's such an important part of the town, and it's been so badly abused over the last 10 years. I agree with what Councillor Freeman said, and I agree with everybody else. We do need to get a meeting set up. We need to find out basically what the cost implications are to us. But I think it's an opportunity that the town council has in front of it to restore that area to how it should be. And if the cost implications are very limited, then we should move forward.
Right. Well, in the first instance, does somebody want to propose that I set up a site meeting that everybody will be able to attend?
Thank you very much. Yes, it was unanimous. Yes, it was. Yeah. Councillor Wright.
Yeah. I can't see this. Councillor. Sorry. Stick your hand up a bit higher so I can see you above him. Yes.
So the site meeting, the question then on cost implications and everything.
Yeah, and then
do we want to bring it back here to a standalone meeting or a development meeting or what?
it can come back to the next full council meeting, then full council can decide whether they're going to proceed, and if they do, how they're going to proceed and which committee they will delegate it to. Okay.
D, yes, Scarborough Council and whether they will be going for you roll the letter. Councillor Freeman?
According to John Woodhead, as soon as the mast is ready, they will install a new ship on it. They have said that.
They agreed that they would get it made.
Yeah.
We still haven't heard back from Parkle. We wrote to them, I mean, this original offer was made to a borough council and then brought it to us, but we still haven't heard officially from Parkle. We need to be sure that they are going to do it.
Yeah. I would then propose that we send a letter to Parkle reminding of the original agreement and set out a specification for the mast and liaise between ourselves and government. But we need to give that a specification.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, you want to speak?
Yes, I think the thing about the weather is that we seem to just abandon all hope of ever discovering what happened to the original weather. Of course, I think like this is worth quite a lot of money these days. It's obviously been stolen, and Mr. Woodhead to say that everything will go alright because now Scarborough Borough Council are going to pay for a new one. Not really satisfy me because it's still coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. I don't know why the police weren't called in because they would have found out who actually had it. They keep saying there are no records. The people who take the scrap away keep no records. That's illegal. And why are the police involved? Finding this weather vane. It belongs to the town.
Absolutely. I mean, the cost of scrap nowadays, the selling of that scrap would have gone towards paying for the new one.
The weather vane, in its own right, will be worth a few £100.
Yeah.
And somebody stole that, and it should be investigated. It's not just turn it like that. Well, I suppose we suggest that the police involve it, and we want to know,
Can we just take this
where
to
it's gone.
separate proposals? Because first of all, we've got a proposal from Council Freeman that we sent a letter to the Parkle regarding the specifications for the Parkle for the mass. And a liaise with John Woodhead on that one. So if we could have a Councillor Pearson second that one.
Before we look at that, there is the issue of what specification we are considering for the replacement of the weather vane, and if Parkle are doing that as well, we haven't reached that by any stretch of the imagination yet.
Well, we're not, that it's the borough council that are dealing with the actual ship.
You know, what it is in the letters, I mean, he really says that he is going to ensure that it's replaced. We certainly should be sure as to who is going to manufacture it.
Well, that was in the letters. wasn't it?
Yeah, the thing I prepared gave a really accurate photograph of it, some drawings of mine, and an estimate of the size of it. So I gave a fairly accurate statement as you could, because there was any ever prepared drawing for it. But it gave the creators of the new one a fair idea of the size and proportion and the general structure of it. So I think that they've got enough to go at to create the new weather vane on the top of the ship.
And that will be Parkle's room.
No, not necessarily.
Well, that's up to the borough council.
So this motion refers over to that.
To the
This refers only to the mass.
The actual report I had to it was that it was metal company on Green Lane.
Could
So that's what
yeah.
they do a lot of work for.
Yeah, but this first proposal is seconded to send the letter to Parkle with the specifications for the mast, and liaise with John Woodhead on
the master, you need to talk to him because he will be the clerk of work will erect the new mast. So you can't keep him out of that.
If I can, I spoke to John on Friday. He says, get it built and I'll put it up. He's just said it straight away. It's in our thought.
Yeah, can we put it to the vote then? Are we going to propose it?
Yeah. Councillor Frederick, Councillor Pearson.
Right, all in favour?
Right, now the second proposal was from Councillor Anderson about asking for the police to become involved. It's criminal
Yeah, they
tax.
should investigate this.
That's a proposal from Councillor Anderson, seconded by myself.
Right, all in favour?
No surprise there.
Against? Three against. One abstention.
So in Scarborough Council House, multiple occupation by consultation. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I read this and it's a very good document because it's laying down ground rules for us to follow, which is going to make it very easy in the planning stages if you get requests for HMOs. I mean, I don't know if you want to pass this back to planning so that we can look at it, but my opinion is that it's a very good document and it's a very helpful one.
I think we were involved in the initial
We've already
consultation.
Yeah.
This is the document based on the consultation that was undertaken.
So it's to be welcomed.
Yeah, want to pass it back to? Yeah, all in favour, please? Thank you very much. Well, item 9, regarding the busking and the street changing, I think we've already done that one.
Obviously, it was discussed between members of the public in public participation. We discussed it ourselves. My feeling is that, obviously, from what the police have told us this evening, right, it's a little bit out of their remit. It's not quite coming under their umbrella. It's obviously the borough council that are responsible for the amplification, right, of the law. So, my proposal is that we write a letter to the borough council asking them, very strong, however you want to word it, but contact the borough council and ask them how they're going to manage the situation and how they're going to police it, and we put the ball very much in their court and see where we go from there.
I'll second that proposal.
That's my proposal. Perhaps we could add that into the proposal.
I think probably, Ian, what you're thinking is that the bylaw regarding street trading has been relaxed. I think that's a real problem area. That was the government.
It's very complicated, of course. The harbour land is the responsibility of the harbour office, and that includes Bridgend and Newquay Road.
We've discussed this not that long ago.
Oh, it's been many times.
Yeah, about buskers and how long they're allowed to play, and they're not allowed to play the same song over and over again for all long.
Some songs we
Green sleeves and...
Just actually say you're not allowed to play the same song, you're not allowed
Your backyard is good.
The point that I'm making is that in this report of this council meeting writer, I think if that is brought up and the police comments, that note that people that were recognisably or easily recognised, the report came back to the town council. So anybody, any of your readers that were upset by a particular busker, that piece of information comes back without a description.
Yes,
Why don't they just publish the rules that the town council have got instead of going through all that fuss? I know that.
Been going on for years. You still can't get stuff against
Can I just say to the members of the public, the acoustics in here are shocking, and it's very difficult to hear. If you don't mind, please.
That works both ways.
Pardon?
That works both ways.
Yes.
Confirm an accurate record of the minutes of the following full council meeting and receive minutes with right. Okay, so I don't have to say it. Super. All in favour? Councillor Johnson proposed it, so we need a second of those. Councillor Smith, okay, all in favour? That was everybody? 11. Members' reports. Received reports from members nominated to represent the council on outside bodies.
Councillor Freeman and I attended the meeting, which was a very informal meeting at the Tourist Information Centre. It was a request from Councillor Abbott to speak to people about the possible impact on tourism of the yacht potash and possibly the Derby offshore building as well. And about getting a group of people together to discuss how they could minimise the impact of those things. Now, there was only myself, Councillor Freeman, a gentleman from the Hospitality Association, or from the Hospitality Association, and a gentleman who I didn't know.
Tim from
Meadow.
Yeah. And Janet Deacon and Councillor Abbott. Now, it was very, there wasn't a lot we could actually say or talk about. The only thing that we suggested was that if they wanted, we're putting together a town plan. Now, obviously, part of the town plan would be tourism. And if the town plan, through a consultation process, could form a group of the people who are interested parties to actually discuss this. Because other than that, I don't think anything particularly would happen with it.
No.
However, there is money available if a group gets together to actually use money which is provided by York Potash through Section 106 funding to make sure that there isn't an impact on tourism, so perhaps increased marketing or whatever during the construction phases, etc. So that was the sort of thrust of the meeting. The only way we could see that could possibly work was that if the town plan, because part of that is tourism related, that a consultation group is formed by them.
And who's the
That pretty much covers what we discussed.
And if there needs to be a working party, a group that didn't follow, because we would be inviting in the members of the public, so it couldn't be a committee of this.
It would have to be a working party from the town plan.
Yeah. But, councillors and some other members representing the strata of the business in Whitby to see what areas we went.
The man vigorously pointing it in the
I volunteer for that.
yeah, unfortunately you can't keep them all because we...
Well, it's just that you mentioned members of the public. So sorry.
Yes, perhaps you'd like to have a word with
Yeah, okay, fine, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's because the planning committee working on the town plan, I think it needs to go back to the planning committee with a few of the councils to come along and discuss it there. And then we can obviously arrange a working pattern from there.
Are you seconding that?
Well,
For it to come back to planning
Yeah.
as the town plan organises to actually discuss how we're going to take it forward.
Yeah.
So can we receive that, please?
Well, no, you're making a proposal that this suggestion goes back to the planning committee for them to be able to proceed with it.
Together working project.
Okay, so do we have a proposal?
Proposal Councillor Freeman, seconded by Councillor Trump.
So all in favour, please? Abstentions?
One abstention.
Any abstaining, Councillor?
You voting for it? Right, so just one against.
Right, item 12.
Sorry, there's one more.
Councillor.
Councillor, I attended the Dolby working group last night, and it was interesting. They put forward a building design which is actually largely acceptable, sympathetic, interesting, based on the idea of warfare control. They will be going to public meeting fairly soon. They've got a time scale, hopefully, to start work in 2016 and complete in 2016. Various points were raised about various issues of design and so on, which the architects seem to be taking on board. They certainly have taken on board quite a lot of the stuff from the other working groups. Dolby are talking that there will be at least 30% of the jobs will be local, the guy himself is local. Overall, I think it was constructive.
Yeah, it's very positive. I mean, the very first issue that we've had in regards to design and certain parking areas, but like Councillor Freeman points out, the architects took it on board, able to go to public consultation.
On architects, did you get a word about design our project then?
No, I did. John wants to do that, yeah. But I mean, it could be some more approach. Because they are very good. The design is really quite good, actually. They were interested. Yeah.
Receive that information. Councillor Pearson.
Seconded, Councillor Freeman. All in favour? Item 12. What is it? Time for 5 minutes. Which is 4th of August, Sunday the 30th and Monday the 31st of August, Tuesday the 2nd, Wednesday the 3rd and Thursday the 4th of September. Item 13, action stand green space improvement programme. This is starting on 3 minutes, meeting held on the 9th of July 2015.
Yeah, we've circulated those minutes. You'll see that I've circulated another meeting this evening, which was their planning meeting that they had, which relates, there's a paragraph towards the end that relates to the coastal communities team. Now, I've had an email as well which relates specifically to this. As you may be aware, Scarborough Council, together with our partners, Yorkshire Coast Roads, have recently been successful in securing funding to establish a coastal communities team for the east side of Whitby. The team will be made up of representatives from local organisations who will develop and help deliver projects to benefit the east side in particular, but also have some wider benefit. This is from Liz Dowson, Senior Regeneration Officer. I am the appointed representative on the Coastal Communities team for Scarborough Borough Council and will lead the team. In these early stages of team development, I have asked Rebecca Pearson to represent Whitby Town Council. She already represents WTC on the Actions East Side Steering Group and is involved in some of the community projects. However, we do need an officially appointed representative from Whitby Town Council to join the team, and I would like you to request, or I would like to request that you officially appoint a representative to join the team.
Councillor Trump, will you with a hand? Yes, thank you all in favour. Thank you very much indeed.
Right, so obviously, as the Town Council's representative on the Coastal Communities team, as well as the Action East Side, you will report back on what the vote.
Although the acting separate committee, there will be a crossover in some of the projects and the things that are going on. And I just have to highlight that on the 26th of August, they are having an opening day, fun day, what you want to call it. It starts from 10 a.m, but from 10 a.m till 2 p.m, we're going to hear it collect this game generators kind of thing. Make it a bit tidier. And then from 2 till 5 it's fun games and face painting, movies, eruptions and stuff like that. And then a sandwich maker from London, head from Gateway, volunteer to man barbecue on 5 till 7. So should we quite a nice day if anyone would like to come? Thank you.
Do you want to just propose that we receive all that information on the minutes as well? Councillor Trump, no. And Councillor Brooks was there. All in favour? Thank you very much.